Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When the demolition team began tearing down the guest house, they expected rot and dust. But one bedroom door was completely sealed, bricks stacked tightly from the inside, mortar fresh. Behind the wall, the room was untouched. On the bed, someone had carved a message into the headboard. She said not to let them in. The guest house belonged to the Harrington estate in Clearwater, Pennsylvania, a small town nestled between rolling hills and dense forests. The main property had been purchased 6 months earlier by a real estate developer planning to convert the historic site into luxury apartments. The Harrington mansion had stood since 1887, its Victorian architecture a testament to the family's former wealth from coal mining operations. The guest house, a separate structure about 50 yards from the main house, had been built in the 1920s and largely forgotten over the decades. Martha Harrington was the last of her family to live on the property. A reclusive woman in her 70s, she had died peacefully in her sleep according to the coroner's report. The estate had passed to a distant nephew who showed little interest beyond selling it for a reasonable price. The nephew, James Harrington, had never visited the property himself, having lived his entire life in Oregon. Late demolition worker Ethan Mercer was the first to discover the sealed room. It was Tuesday, October 18, 2022, around 2:30 in the afternoon. The team had been working on the property for 3 days, primarily focused on clearing out debris and assessing structural integrity. "I noticed something odd about the layout," Ethan would later tell Detective Sarah Collins. "The dimensions didn't add up. There was this hallway on the second floor where one side had 3 doors, but the other side only had 2. Seemed like there should have been space for another room." Ethan had knocked on the wall at the end of the hallway, where plaster had been applied over what he suspected was a doorway. The hollow sound confirmed his suspicion. He'd broken through with a sledgehammer, expecting to find just another empty room. Instead, he found a solid brick wall where a door should have been. "It didn't make sense," he said. "Someone had sealed off that room completely, brick by brick, and they'd done it from inside the room." Detective Collins arrived at the scene by 4:15 p.m. A 15-year veteran of the Clearwater Police Department, she had never encountered anything quite like this. The demolition had been halted immediately upon discovery of the brick doorway, but Ethan and 2 other workers had already removed enough bricks to peer inside. The room beyond was perfectly preserved, like a time capsule. A twin bed with faded blue sheets, a small wooden desk, a dresser with 4 drawers, a standing lamp in the corner, a window with heavy curtains drawn shut. No signs of forced entry through the window, which had been painted shut years ago, everything covered in a thick layer of dust. And there, carved into the wooden headboard of the bed, was the message. She said not to let them in. An initial search of public records revealed that Martha Harrington had employed a live-in caretaker during her final years. A young woman named Eliza Fenton, 26, had worked for Martha from 2018 until Martha's death in early 2022. According to the estate's attorney, Eliza had left employment shortly after Martha's passing, presumably to seek work elsewhere. No forwarding address was on file. "The strange thing," the attorney told Detective Collins during a phone interview, was that Ms. Fenton never collected her final paycheck. "I tried calling the number I had for her, but it was disconnected." A deeper search into Eliza's background painted the picture of a woman with few connections, no immediate family in the area. Originally from Wisconsin, she had moved to Pennsylvania 5 years earlier. Previous employers described her as quiet, efficient, and reliable. She had no criminal record, not even a parking ticket. Detective Collins interviewed Martha Harrington's physicians, who confirmed the elderly woman had been suffering from early-stage dementia in her final years. Dr. Patricia Landon, Martha's primary physician, recalled meeting Eliza several times during house calls. She seemed devoted to Martha's care, Dr. Landon said, very attentive, always taking notes about medication schedules and dietary needs. I remember thinking it was unusual to find someone so young with that level of patience for elder care. When asked if Martha had ever mentioned anything unusual about the guest house, Dr. Landon paused before answering. There was something during my last visit about 3 months before she passed. Martha was having a particularly lucid day. She took my hand and said, "They come at night sometimes, knocking at the guest house door." When I asked who, she just shook her head and said, "Eliza knows not to let them in." I assumed it was the dementia talking. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Collins discovered that Eliza Fenton's social security number had not been used since Martha's death. No employment records, no tax filings, no credit card transactions. It was as if Eliza had simply vanished. A forensics team was brought in to examine the sealed room. The bricks used to close off the doorway appeared to be from the property itself, likely taken from an old garden wall that had partially collapsed years earlier. The mortar was amateur work, functional but not professional. Most critically, fingerprint analysis confirmed that the mortar had been mixed and applied by someone wearing gloves. The most disturbing discovery came when they examined the desk in the corner. The top drawer contained a journal, identified as belonging to Eliza Fenton by comparing handwriting to employment documents she had signed years earlier. The journal entries began normally enough, documenting daily routines and Martha's condition. But the entries from the final 3 months grew increasingly paranoid. December 14, 2021, Mrs. H heard them again last night, says they're getting more persistent. I told her it was just the wind, but I heard it too. Knocking. 3 slow knocks, then silence, then 3 more, too rhythmic to be branches against the house. December 22, 2021, moved my things to the guest house. Mrs. H insisted, says I'll be safer there. From what, she won't say directly, just keeps talking about the others who came before. Before what? January 3, 2022, the knocking is at my door now, always at 3:17 a.m. I've started sleeping with the lights on. January 17, 2022, found scratches on the outside of my door this morning. Not like animal scratches, more deliberate. Mrs. H says they can't come in unless invited. I don't know what they are, but I'm not opening that door. The final entry was dated February 8, 2022, just 1 day before Martha Harrington was found dead in the main house. Mrs. H is getting worse, barely eating, says they're getting impatient that they'll find another way in. She gave me her grandfather's old revolver today, said if they break through, I shouldn't let them take me. I've moved the bed against the door, but it won't be enough if they really want in. Started bringing up bricks from the garden wall. If they want me, they'll have to tear down the whole house. Detective Collins ordered a thorough search of the entire property. Ground-penetrating radar was brought in to scan for any anomalies. Nothing unusual was found. The guest house room was processed for DNA evidence, but apart from Eliza's expected presence, nothing conclusive emerged. The revolver mentioned in the journal was never found. Martha Harrington's body was exhumed for a second autopsy, which confirmed the original finding of natural causes. No signs of foul play, no unusual toxins, just an elderly woman whose heart had stopped in her sleep. 3 months into the investigation, with no substantial leads on Eliza Fenton's whereabouts, the case began to stall. Then came an unexpected development from an unlikely source. James Harrington, Martha's nephew and heir, finally visited the property after pressure from Detective Collins. While walking the grounds, he suddenly stopped at a particular spot near an old oak tree. "I've been here before," he said, looking confused. "I was very young, maybe 5 or 6. Aunt Martha had me plant a tree with her, a sapling." There was no sapling or young tree in the area, just the ancient oak, estimated to be well over 100 years old. Ground-penetrating radar was brought back to scan the specific area. 6 feet below the surface, they found human remains, not one body, but 3, all in various states of decomposition. The most recent dental records would confirm was Eliza Fenton. The other 2 bodies were identified as previous caretakers who had worked for Martha Harrington over the decades. Both had been officially reported as having left their employment to pursue other opportunities. Both had supposedly sent postcards to family members from distant states, postcards now suspected to have been written by Martha herself. The cause of death for all 3 women was a single gunshot wound to the head. The murder weapon, a revolver dating back to the 1890s, was found buried with the first victim. The case remains technically open, as Martha Harrington cannot stand trial for the murders. The motive remains unclear. Was Martha suffering from more than dementia? Did she genuinely believe she was protecting these women from some supernatural threat? Or was there a more mundane explanation? A wealthy woman who couldn't bear to see her caretakers eventually leave her. The most haunting detail remains the room in the guest house. Why would Eliza seal herself in? Was she hiding from Martha, unaware the elderly woman was already dead in the main house? Or did she truly believe something was trying to get in? The guest house has since been demolished, the main house converted into apartments as originally planned. The current residents report nothing unusual, though occasionally a tenant will mention hearing knocking late at night. 3 slow knocks, then silence, then 3 more. The property developers have dismissed these reports as pipes settling or branches against windows. Detective Collins isn't so sure. She keeps a brick from that sealed doorway on her desk, a reminder that sometimes the greatest horrors aren't what's trying to get in, but what truths we wall ourselves away with. Crime 2, the new owners were peeling the walls when they found it, black ink bleeding through the old wallpaper. Letter by letter, a sentence emerged beneath the floral pattern. It stretched around the entire room in a perfect spiral, ending at the baseboard. They never stopped watching. The house on Sycamore Lane had been vacant for nearly 8 months before the Holdens purchased it in September of 2019. Robert and Elaine Holden saw it as a chance for a fresh start, a 1930s colonial revival with good bones in a quiet Massachusetts suburb, priced well below market due to its condition. Neighbors described the previous owners, the Caldwell family, as private people who largely kept to themselves. Caroline Caldwell had lived there for 43 years. A retired high school literature teacher, widowed since 2008, She had maintained the property with quiet precision until her sudden move to Arizona. At least, that's what the neighbors had been told. Her son had apparently handled the sale from out of state, never once visiting during the process. "My mother always loved the desert," he had written in his email correspondence with the realtor. "She's finally going to enjoy her retirement years in the sun." The Holdens began renovations immediately. The master bedroom on the second floor became their first priority. The faded pink and cream wallpaper with its intricate floral pattern had yellowed with age, curling at the seams. Robert spent that first Saturday carefully stripping it away, surprised by how many layers there were. "It's like peeling an onion," he told Elaine around midday. "Every time I think I've hit the last layer, there's another underneath." By late afternoon, he had removed 5 distinct layers of wallpaper spanning decades of different owners and tastes. The 6th layer was different, plain white with a subtle eggshell texture, and that's when he noticed the first marks. At first, Robert thought it was mold or water damage, dark lines seeping through the white paper. He called Elaine up to look, concerned about potential structural issues. Together, they peeled back more of the paper, revealing not random stains but deliberate strokes. Letters, words, a message. They never stopped watching. The handwriting was tight, controlled, almost architectural in its precision. It began near the ceiling in the northwest corner of the room and spiraled gradually down, maintaining perfect alignment as it wrapped around all 4 walls, ending precisely at the southeast baseboard. The size and spacing of the letters remained remarkably consistent throughout. Robert called the real estate agent that evening. "Was there anything unusual about the previous owner?" he asked, trying to sound casual. "Caroline, not that I'm aware of," the agent replied. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious about the history of the house," Robert said. He hesitated before adding, "We found some writing on the wall under the wallpaper." A pause on the other end of the line. What kind of writing? When Robert described their discovery, the agent's voice noticeably tightened. "I'm sure it's nothing, probably just notes from a previous renovation. Old houses have their quirks." That night, the Holdens slept in their guest room. The following Monday, Robert contacted the county records office, searching for information about Caroline Caldwell. The clerk remembered her. "Sweet lady always brought cookies when she came in for her property tax payments," the older woman said. "Shame about what happened." "What happened?" Robert asked. The clerk looked confused. The breakdown, it was all over the local news. Caroline had some kind of psychiatric episode last winter. Her son came from Chicago and moved her to a facility in Arizona. I assumed that's why the house sold so quickly. Robert thanked her and left, his uneasiness growing. He drove to the local library to search through newspaper archives. In the January 15th edition of the town paper, he found a small article, "Local resident hospitalized after wellness check." The piece was brief, mentioning only that police had conducted a welfare check on an elderly resident of Sycamore Lane after neighbors reported not seeing her for several weeks. The resident, unnamed in the article, had been found in a disoriented state and was transferred to psychiatric care. On his way home, Robert stopped at the police station. The desk sergeant was initially reluctant to discuss the case, but softened when Robert explained they had just bought Caroline's house. "It was strange," the sergeant admitted. "We got a call from her son saying he hadn't been able to reach her by phone for over 2 weeks. When we went to check, she answered the door looking perfectly normal, well-dressed, hair done, but the inside of the house. He shook his head. Every window was covered with aluminum foil, every single one, and she had these elaborate systems of string running across the rooms with little bells attached. Bells. She said they were so she would know when they came in. The sergeant's expression was somber. When we asked who they were, she just pointed to the walls and said, "They live in there. They watch me when I sleep." That evening, Robert and Elaine sat at their kitchen table, discussing what he had learned. "So she had some kind of paranoid episode," Elaine said. "That's sad, but not exactly uncommon in elderly people living alone." "But what about the writing?" Robert asked. "It must have taken days, maybe weeks to complete something that precise, and then to wallpaper over it." "Maybe it was therapeutic for her," Elaine suggested. "Or maybe she did it years ago during another episode." Neither theory felt satisfying. 3 days later, a certified letter arrived from Chicago. Inside was a brief note from Thomas Caldwell, Caroline's son. "I understand you've purchased my mother's house," it read. "If you find anything unusual during your renovations, particularly in the master bedroom, please contact me immediately." The letter included a phone number. Robert called that evening. "Mr. Caldwell, this is Robert Holden. We bought your mother's house on Sycamore Lane." A heavy silence followed, then, "You found the writing." It wasn't a question. Thomas Caldwell agreed to meet them the following weekend. He arrived on Saturday morning, a tall man in his 50s with tired eyes and his mother's sharp features. "Mom was diagnosed with late-onset paranoid schizophrenia," he explained as they sat in the kitchen. "The doctors think it had been developing for years, but she hid it well. She was always independent, always private. After Dad died, I tried to get her to move closer to us in Chicago, but she refused." He took a sip of the coffee Elaine had offered. "Last Christmas, I came to visit and found her living in near darkness. She had covered all the windows and was sleeping in the guest room because she said her bedroom was compromised. When I asked what she meant, she just said, 'They're in the walls.'" Thomas set down his cup. "I didn't know about the writing until the day I was helping the realtor prepare the house for sale. We were discussing whether to renovate or sell as is, and I mentioned the wallpaper in the master bedroom. She told me Mom had it professionally redone just 3 months before her episode." Robert and Elaine exchanged glances. "She covered up her own writing," Robert said. Thomas nodded. "When I asked her about it at the facility, she just smiled and said, 'I had to hide the truth until someone was ready to see it.'" "Ready to see what?" Elaine asked. "I don't know," Thomas admitted. "The doctors say it's all part of her delusion," but he hesitated. "Would you show me the room?" They led him upstairs to the master bedroom where the walls now stood bare, the message fully revealed in its spiraling pattern. Thomas stared at it for a long time, his face unreadable. "You know what's strange?" he finally said. "This isn't Mom's handwriting." A week after Thomas Caldwell's visit, the Holdens received another letter from him. Inside was a photograph of a page from what appeared to be an old journal, dated April 17, 1952, showing nearly identical handwriting to that on their bedroom wall. "I found this among my father's things," Thomas wrote. "He kept journals his whole life. This entry describes a recurring dream he had as a child in this very house. He lived here with his parents until he was 12. The dream always featured figures that would emerge from the wallpaper in his bedroom at night and watch him sleep. He called them the paper people. Mom never mentioned that Dad grew up in that house when they bought it in 1976. I never knew until I found these journals last week. The investigation into Caroline Caldwell's condition continued. Medical records eventually revealed she had been prescribed a new medication for arthritis 6 months before her breakdown, a drug later recalled due to rare but severe psychiatric side effects in elderly patients. The Holdens ultimately decided to sell the house, unable to feel comfortable in the master bedroom despite repainting the walls. The message remains, hidden once more beneath layers of primer and paint, waiting for the next owner who might peel back the surface. Some neighbors on Sycamore Lane still speak of occasional sightings of an elderly woman standing at the upstairs window of the now vacant house, looking out from behind the blinds. But Caroline Caldwell remains in Arizona, her condition slowly improving as she weaves baskets in occupational therapy and writes letters to her son that never mention the house or what she found within its walls. The truth about what Caroline saw or thought she saw died with her 3 months ago. The death certificate listed natural causes. The night nurse reported that in her final moments, Caroline sat up suddenly in bed, stared at the blank hospital wall and whispered, "See, they're coming through again." Crime 3, it wasn't on the blueprint. No one remembered installing it. But there it was, a narrow wooden ladder hidden behind the insulation, leading higher than the roofline should allow. At the top, a trapdoor. When they opened it, they found a small space lined with mirrors and something breathing in the dark. The Blackwell family had moved into the colonial-style house on Oak Ridge Drive in Millfield, Connecticut, just 3 weeks before the discovery. Robert and Diana Blackwell, both in their mid-30s, had searched for months to find the perfect home for their growing family. Their 7-year-old daughter, Emily, had immediately fallen in love with the spacious backyard and the window seat in what would become her bedroom. Their toddler son, Noah, was too young to have an opinion, but the neighborhood was safe, the schools were good, and the price had been surprisingly reasonable. It was built in 1937, the realtor had told them, a woman named Kathy with meticulously maintained auburn hair and a smile that never quite reached her eyes. The previous owners were an elderly couple who lived here for 32 years. Mr. Holloway passed away last spring, and Mrs. Holloway moved to Florida to be with her sister. What Kathy hadn't mentioned was that the house had changed hands 8 times in the 40 years before the Holloways bought it, or that 3 separate renovation projects had been abandoned mid-completion, or that the town records showed permits for structural changes that weren't visible anywhere in the home. Diana first noticed something unusual about the attic during their 2nd week in the house. She had gone up to store some empty moving boxes when she felt a peculiar draft coming from behind a wall of pink insulation. The attic was unfinished but spacious, spanning the entire footprint of the house with exposed beams and a few bare bulbs for lighting. Diana had assumed the draft was coming from outside, perhaps through a gap in the roof or siding. "Rob, I think we might need to have someone look at the attic insulation," she mentioned over dinner that night. "There's a cold spot up there." Robert nodded absently, his attention focused on an email from work. "I'll add it to the list." The list grew longer every day. A squeaking floorboard in the upstairs hallway, a bathroom faucet that dripped no matter how tightly it was turned, a kitchen cabinet that wouldn't stay closed. Normal quirks of an old house, Robert insisted, nothing to worry about. Then Emily started having nightmares. "There's someone walking around at night," she told her mother one morning, dark circles under her eyes. "I hear them in the walls." Diana assumed it was the house settling or perhaps mice in the walls. They scheduled an exterminator who found no evidence of rodents or any other pests. The nightmares continued. Emily began sleeping in her parents' room, clutching her stuffed rabbit with white-knuckled fingers. It was Robert who found the ladder 13 days after Emily's first nightmare. He had gone up to the attic to check the insulation as Diana had asked weeks before. Moving aside a particularly dense section of fiberglass, he discovered what appeared to be a built-in wooden ladder, narrow but sturdy, ascending into darkness through a hole in what should have been the uppermost part of the house. "Diana," he called down the attic stairs, his voice strained. "Can you come up here and bring a flashlight?" Diana found her husband standing before the exposed ladder, his expression a mixture of confusion and unease. "This isn't on any of the house plans," he said. "And look, it goes up, but there shouldn't be anything above this level." "Maybe it's access to some kind of crawl space," Diana suggested, though she felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft. Together they climbed the narrow ladder. It was old but remarkably well preserved, each rung solid under their weight. At the top was a small trapdoor about 2 feet square, with no visible handle or lock. Robert pushed against it with one hand and it swung upward with surprising ease. The space above was small, perhaps 6 feet square and 4 feet high at its tallest point. The walls, ceiling, and floor were completely lined with mirrors, creating an infinite reflection that was disorienting and immediately nauseating. In the center of the room was a small bundle of blankets, and then they heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, breathing. Robert pulled himself up into the space, his movements causing the infinite reflections to ripple around them. Diana followed, her heart pounding. The bundle of blankets contained nothing but a small tape recorder vintage, the kind with actual cassette tapes. It was playing a loop of someone breathing. "What the hell?" Robert whispered, picking up the device. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been running for hours. When he pressed the stop button, the breathing continued. He ejected the tape. The reel was empty. A search of the mirrored room revealed no other entrance or exit besides the trapdoor they had come through. No electrical outlets, no light fixtures, nothing to explain how the tape recorder was powered or why it was there. Just mirrors and that persistent breathing sound, which seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. They retreated from the space, closing the trapdoor firmly behind them. That night, they called the local police department. Officer Garrett Wilson arrived within the hour, a stocky man with a military haircut and 23 years on the force. He listened to their story with professional detachment, then followed them up to the attic. The section of insulation Robert had moved was back in place. When they pushed it aside, there was nothing but wall behind it. No ladder, no opening, nothing. "Are you sure this is where you saw it?" Officer Wilson asked, shining his heavy-duty flashlight along the wall. "I'm positive," Robert insisted. "It was right here. We both saw it, both climbed it." Officer Wilson made a perfunctory search of the rest of the attic, but found nothing unusual. He took their statements and left, his report later categorizing the incident as a possible hallucination or misunderstanding. That night, Emily woke up screaming. "The mirror people are watching me," she sobbed into Diana's shoulder. "They're in the walls." The following day, Diana called a local historian, Dr. Alina Marsh, who specialized in the architectural history of the area. Dr. Marsh arrived that afternoon, a tall woman with silver hair and keen eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Many of these old houses have secrets," she said as she examined the attic. "Hidden rooms, false walls. During Prohibition, some were used to hide liquor. Later, they might have been used for other purposes." "Like what?" Diana asked. Dr. Marsh hesitated. The previous owners before the Holloways were the Lansings. Richard Lansing was a bit of an eccentric, fascinated with optical illusions and perception experiments. He worked for a research facility in New Haven. There were rumors. "What kind of rumors?" Robert pressed. "That he brought his work home, that he was conducting unauthorized experiments. Nothing was ever proven, and the Lansings moved away suddenly in 1985. The house stood empty for almost a year before the Holloways bought it." That evening, after Dr. Marsh left, Diana searched online for information about Richard Lansing. She found very little: a few academic papers on perceptual psychology, a brief mention in a university newsletter from 1983. And then, buried in the digital archives of the local newspaper, a small article from November 1985. Local researcher questioned in disappearance of graduate student. The article was brief and vague. A graduate student named Marcus Chen had gone missing after last being seen entering Lansing's home for what colleagues described as an experiment. Lansing denied any knowledge of Chen's whereabouts, and no charges were ever filed due to lack of evidence. The case remained unsolved. 2 days later, Robert was alone in the house while Diana took the children to visit her mother. Determined to prove he hadn't imagined the latter, he began methodically tapping on every section of the attic wall, listening for hollow spaces. After almost an hour, he found it, a section that sounded different from the rest. Using a pry bar, he carefully removed the drywall to reveal a small metal panel with a keypad. The technology looked surprisingly modern compared to the age of the house. Robert tried several combinations: the year the house was built, the Holloways' move-in date as mentioned by the realtor, even his own family's birthdays. Nothing worked. Then he remembered something from the article about Lansing and the missing student. The date, November 17, 1985. He entered 11/17/85 and heard a soft click. The section of wall beside the keypad swung inward, revealing the ladder he and Diana had found before. Robert took a deep breath and began to climb. This time the mirrored room was different. The tape recorder was gone. In its place was a journal bound in faded leather, and written on the first page were 6 words: "The mirrors remember what we forget." The journal belonged to Richard Lansing, documenting experiments he called perceptual displacement. He believed that with the right combination of mirrored surfaces and psychological triggers, a person could experience being in 2 places at once, their physical body in one location, their consciousness in another. The final entry, dated November 16, 1985, read, "MC has volunteered for the immersion test, full mirrored enclosure, 24-hour observation. If successful, we will have proof that consciousness can exit the body and return. If not, there are always more volunteers." There was no mention of what happened to Marcus Chen. Robert was so engrossed in the journal that he didn't notice the trapdoor had swung shut behind him. When he finally tried to leave, he found it wouldn't budge. The mirrors around him seemed to shift slightly, reflections moving just out of sync with his own movements. And then the breathing started again, not from a tape recorder this time, but from somewhere within the mirrored walls themselves. Diana returned home 3 hours later to find the house empty. Robert's car was in the driveway, his phone on the kitchen counter. She called his name, checked every room, and finally climbed up to the attic. The section of wall Robert had pried open was exposed, the hidden door ajar, the ladder visible beyond. She called the police immediately. Officer Wilson returned, this time with 2 additional officers and forensic equipment. They documented the hidden door, the ladder, and climbed up to the mirrored room. They found the journal where Robert had dropped it, but no sign of Robert himself. The room was thoroughly examined, every mirror tapped for hollow spaces behind, the floor checked for trapdoors. Nothing. In the weeks that followed, an extensive investigation revealed that Richard Lansing was still alive, living under a different name in Oregon. When questioned, he claimed to have abandoned his experiments after an accident and denied any knowledge of Robert Blackwell's disappearance. Without evidence to hold him, authorities had to let him go. The Blackwell case remains open. Diana and the children moved out of the house on Oak Ridge Drive, which stands empty once again. Occasionally, neighbors report seeing lights in the attic windows late at night, though the electricity has been disconnected. Some claim to hear noises, not quite footsteps, not quite voices, but something in between. And sometimes, if you stand on the sidewalk and look up at just the right angle, you might catch a glimpse of something moving behind the attic window. Something that looks like a person, but not quite. Something watching, breathing, waiting. The ladder is still there, hidden behind the wall, and the mirrors remember what we choose to forget. Crime 4, the case had gone cold, no leads, no suspects, no trace. Then someone noticed an old family photo hanging above the fireplace. In it, a person stood behind the group, slightly blurred, slightly too tall. No one in the family recognized them, and no one could explain why their missing daughter was holding that person's hand. Meadowbrook, Pennsylvania is a town where people rarely lock their doors. A place where the local diner serves the same breakfast special it has for 40 years, and where 3 generations of families often live within a 10-minute drive of each other. The Calloway family had been fixtures there since the 1970s, respected by neighbors and known for their annual 4th of July barbecue that attracted half the town. Margaret Calloway, known to everyone as Maggie, was their youngest, a bright-eyed 19-year-old with auburn hair who had just finished her freshman year at Penn State. She was home for the summer of 2018, working part-time at the town library and spending evenings with her high school friends who had also returned for break. Her parents, Robert and Elaine, had been married for 30 years. Her older brother, James, lived 2 towns over with his wife and infant son. Maggie was always responsible. Her mother would later tell investigators, her voice soft but steady. She texted when she was running late. She called when plans changed. That's just who she was. June 17, 2018 began like any ordinary Sunday. The Calloways attended their usual service at First Presbyterian, then drove to the Lakeview restaurant for their traditional Sunday brunch. Maggie seemed distracted, according to her father, but not unusually so. She mentioned meeting friends at Riverside Park that afternoon to study for a summer course she was taking online. She kissed me goodbye, Elaine recalled. She said she might be home late, but she'd text. That was the last time I saw my daughter. By midnight, the Calloways had called everyone Maggie knew. None of her friends had seen her at the park. Her car was found in the library parking lot, locked with her backpack still inside. Her phone showed no activity after 2:17 p.m. when she had sent a text to her roommate from college. Looking forward to seeing you next weekend. Miss you. The investigation began promptly, led by Detective Sarah Nichols of the Meadowbrook Police Department. The initial search focused on the wooded area between the library and the park, expanding outward as days passed. volunteers combed every inch of the town. Missing person flyers featuring Maggie's smiling face appeared on telephone poles, storefront windows, and across social media. Weeks turned into months. Tips came in, were investigated, and led nowhere. Maggie's case file grew thicker, but answers remained elusive. Detective Nichols interviewed everyone in Maggie's orbit multiple times. Family, friends, professors, co-workers at the library, even casual acquaintances. No one had anything to offer that might explain her disappearance. In cases like this, Detective Nichols explained during one of many press conferences, time is both our enemy and ally. Evidence disappears, but sometimes people's consciences catch up to them. 7 months after Maggie vanished, with the case gradually slipping from local headlines, the Callaways hosted a small gathering at their home. It wasn't a memorial, they refused to use that word, but rather a celebration of Maggie, where friends and family shared stories and supported each other through the uncertainty that had become their daily reality. Among the attendees was Amanda Fisher, Maggie's childhood friend who had moved to Chicago after college. Standing in the Callaways' living room, warming her hands around a mug of tea, Amanda's gaze drifted to the family portrait above the fireplace, taken during the previous year's Christmas, a gift from James and his wife. Something caught her attention, something she couldn't quite place. "I need to see this closer," she said, almost to herself. Setting down her mug, she moved toward the fireplace for a better look. The portrait showed the Callaways in their backyard garden. Robert and Elaine seated on a bench, James standing behind his father, his wife next to him, and Maggie beside her mother. All smiling, all bathed in golden late afternoon light. But behind them, partially obscured by a tree branch and slightly out of focus, was a figure, tall, indistinct, dressed in dark clothing, and most disturbing of all, what appeared to be a hand, pale and slender, rested on Maggie's shoulder. Maggie's own hand was lifted slightly behind her, as if touching the figure's fingers. "Have you ever noticed this person in the background?" Amanda asked, her voice tight. Elaine looked confused. "What person?" The room fell silent as everyone gathered around the portrait. The photographer, James's college friend who had moved away shortly after Christmas, was called immediately. He had no explanation. He hadn't noticed anyone else in the frame when taking the photo. The digital file was retrieved from his archives, enlarged, enhanced as much as possible by local law enforcement. The figure remained blurry, unidentifiable, not quite male, not quite female, just a presence that had somehow infiltrated a family moment without anyone noticing. Detective Nichols reopened the active investigation. The family portrait became evidence item 147. Forensic photography experts were consulted. The Callaways were interviewed again, this time with the portrait as the focal point. Did Maggie ever mention feeling watched? Did she have concerns about anyone following her? These questions, which had been asked and answered months before, took on new urgency. A review of Maggie's laptop, which had already been examined, revealed a folder of candid photos taken around town in the weeks before her disappearance. In 3 of them, the same blurry figure could be seen in the distance, near the library, outside her favorite coffee shop, across the street from her friend's house. Maggie had never mentioned these photos to anyone. Social media accounts were re-examined. A comment on an Instagram post from 2 months before she vanished now seemed significant. "Sometimes I feel like someone's watching me, but when I turn around, nobody's there. Am I losing it?" Friends had responded with jokes about horror movies and finals week paranoia. No one had taken it seriously. Library records showed that in her final weeks in Meadowbrook, Maggie had checked out several books about stalking and personal safety. The librarian who processed these loans remembered thinking it might be research for a psychology paper. As winter gave way to spring, another discovery provided the most disturbing twist yet. James, while cleaning out his parents' attic, found a box of Maggie's childhood drawings. Among crayon illustrations of their house and stick-figure family portraits was a series of drawings from when Maggie was around 7 years old. Each featured the same tall, dark figure standing behind their house. In childish handwriting at the bottom of one, "My friend who watches." "Kids have imaginary friends," Robert Calloway insisted, his voice breaking. "That's normal, that's all this was." Detective Nichols wasn't convinced. "Imaginary friends don't show up in family photographs 12 years later," she noted in her case files. The investigation continued, pursuing this new angle. Was there someone who had been fixated on Maggie since childhood? A family friend, a neighbor, someone with access to their lives over many years? Background checks were run on everyone who had lived within a mile radius of the Calloway home during Maggie's childhood. Interviews were conducted with her elementary school teachers, former babysitters, parents of childhood friends. Then came another breakthrough, and with it more questions. A former neighbor, now living in Florida, remembered something odd. There was a time when Maggie was about 8, she recalled during a phone interview. "I was driving her home from a play date with my daughter. She kept talking about her tall friend who was waiting for her at home. I thought she meant a relative was visiting. When I mentioned it to Elaine later, she had no idea what Maggie was talking about." The second anniversary of Maggie's disappearance approached. The Calloways, exhausted by hope and dread in equal measure, continued their daily routines while waiting for answers that might never come. The portrait had been removed from above the fireplace, now sealed in an evidence bag at the police station. In late May of 2020, a hiker found a necklace along a remote trail 15 miles from Meadowbrook. A simple silver chain with a butterfly pendant, identical to one Maggie wore in many photos, a gift from her mother for her 16th birthday. The area was searched extensively. Nothing else was found. The case remains open. Detective Nichols, now heading the department's cold case unit, still keeps Maggie's file on her desk. The family portrait has been analyzed by multiple experts, none of whom can explain the figure behind the Calloways or how no one noticed it on the day the photo was taken. "Some cases haunt you," Detective Nichols admitted recently. "This one, it's like the figure in that portrait, always present, just out of focus, impossible to identify but impossible to ignore." Meadowbrook has changed since Maggie disappeared. Doors are locked now. Parents are more vigilant. And in the Calloway home, all family photographs are carefully examined before being framed and displayed, each face accounted for, each shadow explained, each background figure identified. Or rather, the absence of such figures confirmed. Because sometimes the most terrifying question isn't who took someone, but how long they were watching, waiting, before they did. And whether they might still be watching now. The case of Margaret Maggie Calloway remains unsolved. Crime 5, the old metal safe in the garage had no key, no combination, just a rusted handle and a terrible smell. When opened, it revealed dozens of glass vials, each one labeled with a child's name. Inside every vial, baby teeth, perfectly preserved. Some had dates etched into the glass, others had symbols. Deputy Sheriff Elaine Mercer had seen many disturbing things in her 15 years with the Oak Ridge County Sheriff's Department. but something about the meticulous collection made her stomach turn. The safe belonged to Bernard Klein, a 72-year-old retired dentist who had lived in the modest suburban house for over 30 years. The property was now being cleared out by Klein's nephew, who discovered the safe while preparing the home for sale after his uncle's death 3 months prior. "I just assumed it would be financial documents, maybe some cash," explained Martin Klein, the nephew, as he stood in the driveway with his arms crossed tightly across his chest. "When I finally got it open and saw all those teeth, I just knew something wasn't right." Bernard Klein had been a fixture in Pinewood Creek, a small town nestled in the rolling hills of western Pennsylvania. As one of only 2 dentists serving the community for decades, nearly everyone in town had sat in his chair at some point. He was known for his gentle manner with nervous patients, particularly children. Each young patient would receive a small silver dollar after their appointment, a tradition that made him beloved among families in the area. Neighbors described Klein as quiet but friendly. He lived alone after his wife Emma died of cancer in 1989. The couple had no children. Every morning, like clockwork, he would walk to Marjorie's diner for breakfast before opening his practice at 9 a.m. In the evenings, he could be spotted tending to his immaculate garden or sitting on his front porch, reading the newspaper until sunset. "He was just a normal guy," said Margaret Wilson, who had lived next door to Klein for 25 years. "Always waved hello, always remembered my birthday with a card. Nothing about him seemed off." But as Deputy Mercer carefully cataloged the contents of the safe, she couldn't help but wonder what dark secret had been hiding behind Klein's unremarkable facade. Each vial contained between 1 and 6 baby teeth, 47 vials in total, 47 different names. Some were labeled with what appeared to be birth dates, others with curious symbols, triangles, stars, or simple geometric patterns etched into the glass. When the department ran the names through their database, they discovered something even more unsettling. 17 of the children named on the vials had been reported missing between 1975 and 2005. The oldest case was Jenny Lawson, an 8-year-old who vanished while walking home from school in October 1975. The most recent was Caleb Turner, age 6, who disappeared from a playground in 2005 while his mother chatted with friends nearby. None of the missing children had ever been found. The revelation sent shockwaves through the small community. People who had trusted Klein with their children's dental care for decades suddenly found themselves questioning everything they thought they knew about the kindly old dentist. Parents frantically called the sheriff's department, asking if their children's names were among those on the vials. "We're proceeding with extreme caution," Sheriff William Hayes told reporters at a hastily arranged press conference on the courthouse steps. "At this point, we can't conclusively connect Dr. Klein to any disappearances, but we are treating this discovery with the utmost seriousness." The department brought in forensic odontologist Dr. Amelia Santos from Pittsburgh to examine the teeth. Her preliminary findings were inconclusive but troubling. "These are definitely human deciduous teeth, what we commonly call baby teeth," Dr. Santos explained. "What's unusual is the condition. Baby teeth naturally fall out as children grow, but many of these show signs of being extracted while still partially rooted, and the preservation method is professional. Someone with dental knowledge prepared these specimens." As investigators dug deeper into Klein's life, contradictions began to emerge. Financial records showed regular cash withdrawals of $5,000 to $10,000 several times a year, unusual for a small-town dentist with modest billing practices. His appointment books, meticulously kept from 1972 until his retirement in 2010, showed gaps of several days every few months, with no explanation for these absences. Former colleagues and employees painted conflicting pictures of the man they thought they knew. He was particular about his instruments, almost obsessive, recalled Sharon Baxter, who had worked as Klein's receptionist for 15 years. The office had to be cleaned a certain way, files organized just so, but I never saw anything inappropriate with patients, never. However, Janet Miller, a dental hygienist who worked briefly for Klein in the late 1980s, remembered moments that, in retrospect, seemed suspect. He insisted on being alone with certain patients, always children between 5 and 8 years old, said they were special cases that needed his particular attention. At the time, I thought it was just his way. Now, I don't know what to think. The investigation took another disturbing turn when police executed a search warrant on a small cabin Klein owned in the nearby Allegheny National Forest. The property, purchased in 1974 under a business name, hadn't been mentioned in his will or known to his family. Inside, investigators found a hidden room beneath the floorboards of the main bedroom. The space was small, barely 6 feet by 8 feet, with a child-sized cot bolted to the floor and a collection of worn stuffed animals arranged neatly on a shelf. On the wall, written in what appeared to be crayon, "I want to go home." Forensic teams spent weeks processing the cabin, collecting hair samples, fingerprints, and trace evidence. DNA testing confirmed what many had feared. Biological material from at least 7 different individuals was present in the hidden room. 3 samples matched DNA collected from family members of children named on the vials. Meanwhile, the teeth themselves continued to puzzle investigators. Most missing children cases involve evidence collected from crime scenes, clothing, blood, personal belongings. But teeth, carefully preserved and labeled, suggested something more methodical, more ritualistic. In some ways, it resembles a collector's mentality, forensic psychologist Dr. Rebecca Lansing noted in her consultation report. These weren't trophies hastily taken in the heat of the moment. They were curated, preserved with care. This speaks to someone who derived satisfaction not just from the act itself, but from revisiting and maintaining these mementos. As news of the discovery spread beyond Pinewood Creek, detectives from neighboring counties and states began reviewing their own cold cases. Soon, patterns emerged. In towns where Klein had attended dental conferences or owned property, children had gone missing, always between the ages of 5 and 8, always disappearing in broad daylight with no witnesses. The most compelling connection came from Harrisburg, where Klein had maintained a small apartment from 1980 to 1994. During that period, 5 children disappeared within a mile radius of the building. One child, 7-year-old Michael Peterson, had even been a patient at a dental clinic where Klein occasionally worked as a substitute. Yet for all the circumstantial evidence mounting against Bernard Klein, direct proof remained elusive. No bodies had ever been recovered. No witnesses had ever placed Klein with any of the missing children outside of professional settings. Even the teeth themselves posed a forensic challenge. Baby teeth contain less DNA than adult teeth, and years of chemical preservation had degraded what little genetic material remained. "It's the perfect crime in many ways," Sheriff Hayes admitted in a private moment of frustration. "If he did take these children, he was careful, and now he's dead. We may never know the full truth." For the families of the missing, the discovery brought a mixture of renewed pain and desperate hope. Parents who had waited decades for answers finally had a potential lead, but closure remained just out of reach. "I just want to know what happened to my Jenny," said Marion Lawson, now in her 70s, as she clutched a faded photograph of her daughter. "Did she suffer? Where is she now? I've lived with these questions for almost 50 years." 6 months into the investigation, authorities caught what seemed like their first real break. A retired nurse named Evelyn Carter came forward after seeing news coverage about the case. In 1979, she had worked at Pinewood Creek General Hospital and remembered Bernard Klein bringing in a young boy late one night. "He said the child was his nephew visiting from out of town," Carter recalled. "The boy had a high fever, seemed disoriented. What struck me as odd was how the child never spoke, not once, and kept looking at Dr. Klein with such fear. When I asked for contact information for the parents, he became agitated and said he'd handle everything." Carter had noted the incident in the hospital log but never reported her suspicions. The child recovered and was discharged into Klein's care. When investigators cross-referenced the date with missing persons reports, they found that 8-year-old Daniel Simmons had disappeared from a neighboring county just 2 days earlier. The nurse's testimony provided the first timeline connection between Klein and one of the suspected victims, but still fell short of definitive proof. Without a body or a confession, the case against the dead dentist remained largely circumstantial. As the 1-year mark of the safe's discovery approached, the investigation began to slow. The forensic evidence had been analyzed and reanalyzed. Klein's financial records, travel history, and personal documents had been scrutinized. Interviews with hundreds of former patients, employees, and acquaintances had yielded tantalizing hints, but no smoking gun. Then, in an unexpected development, Martin Klein, the nephew who had found the safe, took his own life. He left behind a note that raised more questions than it answered. "I should have known. Maybe I did know. I'm sorry I didn't stop him." What exactly Martin knew or suspected about his uncle's activities died with him. Investigators found nothing in his personal history to suggest involvement in any crimes. By all accounts, he had been genuinely shocked and disturbed by the discovery in his uncle's garage. Today, the case of Bernard Klein and the vials of teeth remains officially open but largely inactive. The safe itself, along with its disturbing contents, is stored in an evidence locker at the Oak Ridge County Sheriff's Department. Occasionally, when a new detective joins the force, they might review the files, hoping fresh eyes will spot something overlooked. For the residents of Pinewood Creek, the legacy of uncertainty lingers. Parents who once trusted Klein with their children's care now question every interaction, analyzing decades-old memories for signs they might have missed. The building that housed his dental practice stands empty, despite multiple attempts to rent the space. And somewhere, perhaps in the dense woods of western Pennsylvania, perhaps in locations yet undiscovered, the final secrets of Bernard Klein remain buried, along with answers that 47 families still desperately seek. The rusted safe that once held milk teeth now holds only questions, each one harder to extract than the last. Crime 6, they thought it was just storage junk, an antique mirror dusty and scratched facing the wall in the hallway, but when they turned it around, the reflection showed a different room, a different ceiling, a figure in the distance walking slowly closer, but not matching anything behind them. Sarah Dennison was 34 when she purchased the Victorian home on Mulberry Street in the quiet town of Westfield, Massachusetts. The house had been on the market for 18 months, unusual for the desirable neighborhood with its tree-lined streets and historic charm. But Sarah, a freelance graphic designer with an eye for forgotten beauty, saw potential where others saw only dated fixtures and creaking floorboards. She was so excited about that house, recalled her sister, Jennifer. Sarah had this way of seeing past the surface of things. She'd walk into a room and immediately envision what it could be, not what it was. The April morning Sarah received the keys. She invited her sister and two close friends to help begin the initial cleaning. The previous owners, an elderly couple who had relocated to Florida, had left behind various items in the basement and attic, common practice when liquidating a long-held family home. Among these forgotten possessions was a large, ornate mirror with a mahogany frame, discovered in the narrow hallway connecting the kitchen to what would become Sarah's home office. It was weird, Jennifer later told investigators. The mirror was hung on the wall, but it was facing inward, like someone had deliberately turned it around. We joked that maybe the previous owners couldn't stand how they looked in it. The mirror was heavy, nearly 6 feet tall, with intricate carvings along its frame, grapevines intertwined with what appeared to be faces, weathered by time into indistinct expressions. Sarah's friend Marcus helped her take it down, intending to move it to the basement for storage until Sarah decided whether to keep it. She wanted to see it properly first, Marcus Henderson said during his interview. We set it against the living room wall. The glass was cloudy, needed cleaning, but you could still see your reflection. I remember Sarah standing in front of it, saying something felt off about the proportions. What Marcus didn't mention in his initial statement, only revealing it weeks later, was that he'd glanced in the mirror while helping Sarah move furniture that afternoon and saw what appeared to be a doorway reflected that wasn't present in the actual room. He dismissed it as a trick of light, an optical illusion caused by the mirror's aged surface. For the first 2 weeks, Sarah's renovation project progressed smoothly. She documented the transformation on her Instagram account: freshly painted walls in the living room, refinished hardwood floors in the dining area, and antique light fixtures carefully restored. The mirror remained propped against the wall in what would become her bedroom, partially covered with an old sheet. On May 3rd, Sarah called Jennifer, sounding uncharacteristically troubled. She asked if I remembered how the mirror had been hung when we found it, Jennifer said. I told her yes, facing the wall. She was quiet for a moment, then said, I think there's a reason for that. When I asked what she meant, she changed the subject. According to Jennifer, Sarah had always been pragmatic, not given to flights of fancy or superstition, which made her subsequent behavior all the more puzzling. Sarah's social media updates became sporadic. Friends reported receiving strange, fragmented text messages, often sent in the middle of the night. Marcus received one such message at 3:17 a.m. on May 7th. Do you see what's behind you when you look in a mirror? Really see it. When Sarah failed to submit a project for a regular client on May 12th, something entirely out of character for her meticulous work ethic, her friend Kayla Phillips drove to the house on Mulberry Street. She found Sarah's car in the driveway, mail accumulated in the box, and no answer at the door. Using the spare key Sarah had given her, Kayla entered the home. Everything was immaculate, Kayla told police, almost unnaturally clean, like someone had scrubbed the place down, but there was dust on everything as if no one had been there for days. In the bedroom, Kayla found Sarah's phone on the nightstand, fully charged. Her wallet and keys were in the kitchen. The mirror, the one that had been facing the wall when they found it, was now installed on the bedroom wall opposite the bed. But there was no sign of Sarah Dennison. The investigation began as a missing persons case. Detective Lamar Wilson of the Westfield Police Department led the inquiry, starting with standard protocols, checking Sarah's bank accounts untouched since May 5th, her computer last used on May 8th, and interviewing family and friends. We found nothing to suggest foul play, Detective Wilson noted in his preliminary report. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. It appeared Ms. Dennison had simply walked away, except she hadn't taken anything with her. The case might have remained classified as an unexplained disappearance, if not for what happened when forensic technicians were processing Sarah's bedroom 3 days into the investigation. "I was photographing the room," said crime scene technician Ellie Rollins. "Standard procedure, documenting everything before we disturbed it. When I developed the images later, I noticed something strange in the photos of the mirror. The photographs revealed what appeared to be a figure standing in the reflection of the mirror, a figure that was not present in the actual room when the photos were taken. More disturbing still, the background in the reflection didn't match the bedroom wall that should have been visible. At first, we assumed it was some sort of double exposure or camera malfunction," Detective Wilson explained, "but it appeared in multiple photographs taken with different cameras." The investigation took an unexpected turn when researchers delved into the history of the house on Mulberry Street. The property had changed hands numerous times over the previous 30 years, far more frequently than other homes in the neighborhood. Most owners had stayed less than 2 years. The elderly couple who sold the house to Sarah, the Hendersons, no relation to Marcus, had lived there the longest, 7 years. When contacted in Florida, Mrs. Henderson was initially reluctant to discuss the property. She finally admitted they'd experienced strange occurrences in the house, said Detective Wilson, specifically in relation to a mirror they'd found in the attic and moved to the hallway. Mrs. Henderson said her husband had insisted on turning it to face the wall after he began having vivid nightmares about someone watching him from inside it. Further research revealed that the mirror likely originated from the Westfield State Sanatorium, which had operated from 1910 to 1978, treating patients with mental illnesses. The facility had been located just 3 miles from the house on Mulberry Street. When it closed, many fixtures and furnishings were auctioned off locally. On May 23rd, 15 days after Sarah's disappearance, Detective Wilson made a discovery that chilled even the most skeptical members of the investigation team. Reviewing security footage from a gas station 2 blocks from Sarah's home, he spotted her on camera at 2:14 a.m. on May 9th. She was walking barefoot, wearing what appeared to be her night clothes, her expression blank as she passed beneath the streetlights. What disturbed investigators most was that Sarah appeared to be following someone, a figure just at the edge of the camera's range. A figure that, when the footage was enhanced, didn't seem to cast a shadow under the harsh gas station lights. The case took yet another turn when Jennifer, staying at Sarah's house against police advice, reported waking in the middle of the night to find the mirror had been moved, now facing the wall once again. When officers arrived, they found Jennifer in a state of extreme distress. She kept saying she'd seen Sarah in the mirror, Officer Tamika Jones wrote in her report. Not as a reflection, but standing on the other side of the glass, trying to communicate. A thorough examination of the mirror revealed nothing unusual in its construction. The glass was old, containing imperfections common to antique mirrors. The frame, while elaborately carved, held no hidden compartments or unusual features. Forensic tests detected no chemical substances that might cause hallucinations or altered perceptions. Yet 3 separate officers reported feeling uncomfortable in its presence, describing an inexplicable sense of being watched. 6 months after Sarah's disappearance, the case remains officially open but inactive. Her house stands empty, the mortgage payments automatically deducted from an account that will eventually run dry. The mirror was removed by police as evidence and currently sits in secure storage at the Westfield Police Department. Detective Wilson, in his final notes before the case was shelved, wrote, "While I cannot endorse supernatural explanations, I must acknowledge that conventional investigative methods have failed to provide answers in the Dennison case. The mirror, whatever its significance, appears central to the mystery, and something about Sarah's final text messages suggests she understood this connection before she vanished." The message referenced was found in Sarah's drafts folder, never sent. "The reflection isn't showing what's behind me. It's showing what's waiting for me." The inhabitants of Westfield continue their lives, the house on Mulberry Street already fading into local legend. Yet occasionally, someone will claim to have seen a woman resembling Sarah Dennison walking alone at night, always just beyond the reach of streetlights, always appearing to follow someone no one else can see. And in the evidence room of the Westfield Police Department, the mirror remains covered with a heavy cloth, stored in a locked cabinet, its surface facing the wall just as it was found. Crime 7, it looked like an ordinary bed, but under the sheets, the blanket couldn't be removed. It was stitched deep into the mattress, seems tight and deliberate. When the fabric was finally cut loose, they found something between the layers, a dried-out piece of leather, human, tattooed with a name. The house at 1428 Sycamore Lane in Bedford, Pennsylvania, had been vacant for 3 months. The previous tenant, Martin Gable, had left without notice, abandoning most of his possessions. The landlord, Eleanor Wyatt, had given him an extra month before deciding to clear out the property and prepare it for new renters. Eleanor had hired a local cleaning service, 2 sisters, Tara and Melissa Conley, who specialized in deep cleaning rental properties. They arrived early on a Tuesday morning in October, the air crisp with the promise of winter. The modest 2-bedroom home looked unremarkable from the outside, its white aluminum siding weathered by years of neglect. "The bedroom's the worst," Eleanor had warned them. He was a bit of a hoarder. What Eleanor didn't mention was the smell, a subtle but persistent odor that seemed to emanate from the back bedroom. Not the pungent reek of decomposition, but something more subtle and chemical, like leather tanning solution mixed with the musty scent of old fabric. Tara noticed it first. "Something's not right in here," she said, standing in the doorway of the master bedroom. The room was sparse, just a bed, a nightstand, and piles of old newspapers stacked against the wall, but the bed caught her attention immediately. It was made with military precision, corners tucked tight, surface perfectly smooth. "Who makes their bed before skipping town?" Melissa wondered aloud. When Tara tried to strip the bedding, she found that the blanket wouldn't come off. At first, she thought it was just stuck to the mattress from disuse, but closer inspection revealed tiny, careful stitches running along the perimeter, securing the blanket to the mattress below. "That's weird," she said, calling her sister over. "Look at this. It's like he sewed the blanket into the mattress." Melissa ran her fingers along the stitching. "These aren't amateur stitches. This is careful work." Something about the deliberate nature of the sewing disturbed them enough to call Eleanor, who in turn called the police. Officer Daniel Rivera arrived 40 minutes later, his expression shifting from mild annoyance to professional concern when he saw the bed. "Don't touch anything else," he said, pulling on latex gloves from his pocket. Using a small pocket knife, he carefully cut through the stitching on one corner of the mattress. The blanket peeled back reluctantly, revealing the first layer of the mattress, which also appeared to have been cut open and resealed. That's when they found it tucked between the layers of foam and springs, a piece of what looked like tanned leather, roughly 8 inches square. And etched into its surface, in what looked like a professional tattoo, was a name: Sarah Keller. Sarah Keller had been missing for 18 months. A 24-year-old nursing student from State College, she had disappeared after a night out with friends. Her car was found parked near a popular hiking trail outside Bedford, but extensive searches had revealed nothing. Her case had gone cold after 6 months of fruitless investigation. Detective Abigail Morales was assigned to the case. At 43, she had spent 15 years working homicides, but there was something about this discovery that unsettled her more than usual. She arrived at the house on Sycamore Lane as forensics was setting up. "Tell me what we know about Martin Gable," she asked Officer Rivera, who was standing guard at the perimeter of the property. "Not much, lived here for 3 years, kept to himself. Worked as a leather worker at a custom shop in town, no criminal record." The mention of leatherwork sent a chill through Morales. "Get me everything on him. Bank records, phone, social media, employment history, and I need to know where he is now." As the investigation unfolded, details about Martin Gable emerged slowly, like fragments of a mosaic gradually revealing a disturbing picture. He was 37, never married, and had moved to Bedford from Arizona 5 years earlier. Before that, there were gaps in his history periods where he seemed to disappear from official records. His workshop, a converted garage behind a craft store downtown, was meticulously organized. Tools hung in perfect alignment on pegboards. Jars of chemicals were labeled in precise handwriting. Half-finished projects, wallets, belts, book covers were arranged on shelves. Nothing seemed out of place or suspicious until they found the locked cabinet in the back corner. Inside were notebooks filled with sketches of human anatomy, focusing on skin, its texture, elasticity, and how it might be preserved. And there were photographs, close-ups of tattoos on what appeared to be detached sections of skin, carefully preserved and mounted like specimens. 5 in total, each labeled with a name. Sarah Keller was just one of them. The investigation expanded rapidly. Detectives cross-referenced the other names against missing persons cases. Melanie Thorne disappeared from Pittsburgh 3 years ago. Jason Farrell, last seen at a truck stop in Ohio 4 years back. Teresa Wilmot, a college student who vanished during a camping trip in the Appalachians. And Daniel Cruz, reported missing from his home in Virginia 5 years earlier. All cases had gone cold. None had any obvious connection to Martin Gable. As forensics processed the house on Sycamore Lane, they discovered more evidence hidden throughout the property. In the basement, behind a false wall, they found a small workspace containing specialized tools for leather treatment and preservation. Chemical analysis confirmed what they feared: the leather found in the mattress was indeed human skin, and the tattoo matched one that Sarah Keller had on her upper back, a small compass Rose, her friends, had described to police during the initial investigation. The manhunt for Martin Gable intensified. His face was broadcast across national news. His vehicle description was circulated to law enforcement agencies nationwide, but Martin seemed to have vanished completely. His bank accounts hadn't been touched since he left Bedford. His cell phone was found in a dumpster 3 counties away. The trail went cold at a bus station in Philadelphia, where security cameras had captured him boarding a westbound bus, wearing a hat and glasses that partially obscured his face. 3 weeks into the investigation, Detective Morales received a package at the police station. Inside was a leather-bound journal with no return address. The handwriting matched Martin's. "I keep them close to me," the journal began. "They are with me always, their stories preserved in their skin. I am not what you think. I am a curator of lost souls. I don't take their lives, I find them after death has already claimed them. Hikers, drifters, the forgotten ones who perish alone in the wilderness. I give them purpose. I preserve their stories." Morales didn't believe him. The medical examiner had determined that the skin sample had been expertly removed post-mortem, but they couldn't determine if the death had been natural or not. DNA tests confirmed it belonged to Sarah Keller, but they still hadn't found her remains or those of any other victims. The journal continued for 30 pages, detailing Martin's philosophies about death, preservation, and memory. He wrote about finding Sarah's body near the hiking trail where her car had been discovered, claiming she had fallen from a cliff and died from her injuries. He described in clinical detail how he had preserved her tattoo to honor her spirit's journey. The other victims, he claimed, had similar stories, accidental deaths in remote locations that he had discovered during his frequent solitary hikes through the Appalachian wilderness. He saw himself as providing a service, ensuring they weren't completely lost to time. 6 months passed. Martin Gable remained at large. The FBI had taken over the case, classifying him as a serial killer despite the lack of definitive proof that he had murdered his victims. Psychological profilers suggested he might be suffering from a rare delusional disorder, believing he was preserving the memories of the dead while actually hunting and killing them himself. Then came the call from Flagstaff, Arizona. A leatherworker named Thomas Milton had been found dead in his workshop, apparently from natural causes. But when police investigated his home, they discovered a familiar setup, specialized tools, preservation chemicals, and notebooks filled with detailed anatomical drawings. And in his bedroom, a blanket sewn into a mattress. When they cut it open, they found another preserved section of tattooed skin. This one didn't match any known missing persons, but the technique was identical to Martin Gable's work. DNA analysis revealed something unexpected. Thomas Milton was Martin Gable's uncle. He had taught his nephew the leatherworking trade and apparently much more. The investigation uncovered a disturbing possibility, that this practice might extend beyond two individuals, that Martin might be part of a network of like-minded collectors scattered across the country, sharing techniques and perhaps even specimens. To this day, Martin Gable remains at large. The 5 identified victims have never been found, leaving their families without closure. Occasionally, reports surface of mattresses with blankets sewn into them, discovered in abandoned properties across the country. Some contain preserved human skin, others are empty, prepared but unused. Detective Morales still keeps Martin's journal in her desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night, she rereads his final entry. "We are all collectors of something, memories, experiences, regrets. I simply make mine tangible. Look to your own collections before you judge mine. What do you preserve that should be let go? What memories do you stitch into the fabric of your life? We are not so different, you and I." The bed from Sycamore Lane remains in an evidence locker, the blanket still partially attached to the mattress, a reminder of the case that refuses to be closed and of the thin line between remembrance and obsession. Crime ate. Every time the door opened, he froze, ears flat, tail low, growling softly. It wasn't just fear, it was rage. When they finally investigated the room, they found claw marks on the walls, shredded curtains, and one word scratched into the underside of the desk: mine. Briarwood, Connecticut had always been a quiet town, the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and kids played in the street until dusk. The Emerson family had lived in their colonial-style home on Maple Street for 17 years. Thomas and Diane, both in their early 50s, their 20-year-old daughter Melissa away at college, and Max, their 7-year-old golden retriever who'd never shown an ounce of aggression in his life. Until the new tenant moved into the renovated basement apartment. It was October 2023 when Daniel Cook answered the rental ad. A soft-spoken man in his mid-30s with wire-rimmed glasses and a neatly trimmed beard. He told the Emersons he was a freelance writer working on a novel. His references checked out. His credit score was impeccable. His smile was warm but somehow didn't quite reach his eyes. Something Diane only realized in retrospect. He was perfect on paper, she would later tell Detective Sarah Lawson. Too perfect, maybe. That should have been our first warning. The basement apartment had its own entrance, but occasionally Daniel would come upstairs to use the laundry room or chat with Thomas about books. Max had always been friendly with visitors, excessively so, jumping and wagging, demanding attention. But with Daniel, it was different from day one. The first time they met, Max just stared, Thomas recalled. Standing completely still in the hallway, watching Daniel's every move. We joked about it, said maybe Max was jealous. It wasn't jealousy, it was something else entirely. By December, the behavior had escalated. Max refused to go near the basement door. If Thomas or Diane approached it, he would whine anxiously, pawing at their legs, trying to pull them away. When Daniel's footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs, Max would retreat to the farthest corner of the house, trembling. We thought maybe Daniel had accidentally scared him, Diane explained. Or perhaps he was wearing a cologne that Max didn't like, we never imagined. Her voice always trailed off at this point in the story. What the Emersons didn't know was that Daniel Cook wasn't his real name. His real name was Edward James Mercer, a former psychology research assistant who had been quietly dismissed from Westfield University 3 years earlier after several students reported uncomfortable interactions with him. Nothing explicitly threatening, just long, intense conversations that left them feeling drained and manipulated. The university had handled it internally. No charges were filed. No record existed beyond sealed HR documents. Edward had a fascination with human isolation and psychological breaking points. His novel was actually a detailed journal of experiments he was conducting, small, subtle manipulations of his environment and the people around him. In January, Thomas and Diane started noticing odd things around the house. Items moved slightly out of place. A family photo turned face down. The thermostat adjusted. At first, they blamed each other or their own forgetfulness. Then they began to wonder if they were losing their minds. I would come downstairs in the morning and find all the kitchen cabinet doors open, Thomas said. Just slightly, maybe an inch or two. When I asked Diane about it, she swore she hadn't done it. Max's behavior grew increasingly distressed. He began sleeping pressed against their bedroom door. If they tried to leave him alone in the house, he would howl uncontrollably until they returned. And then there was the room, Daniel's former study upstairs, which the Emersons had allowed him to use occasionally before Melissa returned from college for winter break. That was the room Max refused to enter, the one that made him bare his teeth and growl from the doorway. On February 3rd, Diane was home alone except for Max. Thomas was on a business trip to Boston, and Daniel had mentioned he would be away visiting friends for the weekend. Around midnight, Diane woke to Max barking frantically, not his usual alert bark, but something desperate and afraid. She found him at the top of the stairs, hackles raised, staring down into the darkness below. When she turned on the light, nothing was there, but Max remained agitated, pacing and whining until dawn. The next morning, she noticed the basement door was unlocked. She was certain she had locked it the night before. When Thomas returned, they finally decided to check Daniel's apartment while he was supposedly still away. What they found was disturbing. Walls covered with newspaper clippings about the Emerson family going back months before he had answered their rental ad. Photos taken through windows of them going about their daily lives. A detailed floor plan of their house with notes about their routines, preferences, and psychological profiles. Most disturbingly, they found a collar that belonged to Max, one that had gone missing weeks before, with a small audio recording device attached to it. They immediately called the police. When officers arrived, they discovered something else. A hidden panel in the ceiling of Daniel's closet that led to a crawl space between floors. The crawl space had been modified with small holes drilled into the ceilings of various rooms in the Emerson house, including their bedroom. But Daniel, or Edward, was gone. His few personal belongings had been removed sometime during the night. His rental payments had been made in cash. The references he had provided led nowhere. The driver's license he'd shown them was a sophisticated fake. It was like he vanished, Detective Lawson said, but the evidence suggested he'd been planning this for a long time. This wasn't random. The Emersons were specifically targeted. Why, that question haunted the investigation for months. It wasn't until April that they found a connection. 22 years earlier, Thomas Emerson had served on a jury that convicted a man named James Mercer, Edward's father, of armed robbery. Mercer had died in prison 3 years into his 15-year sentence after a fight with another inmate. Edward had been 11 years old when his father went to prison. 11 years old when he stood in the courtroom and watched 12 strangers, including Thomas Emerson, change his life forever. The Emersons sold their house in May. They couldn't bear to stay, knowing how thoroughly their privacy had been violated. Before they left, they finally entered the upstairs study, the room Max had refused to enter, and did a thorough examination. The claw marks on the walls weren't immediately visible. They were behind the bookcase. The curtains had been subtly shredded at the edges, as if someone had been slowly, methodically damaging them over time. And under the heavy oak desk, etched with what appeared to be a small knife, was that single word, mine. Forensic analysis later revealed traces of a sedative in the home's HVAC system, not enough to cause significant harm, but enough to induce mild confusion and paranoia over time. Edward had been conducting a slow, calculated psychological experiment, watching as the Emersons began to doubt their own perceptions. To this day, Edward James Mercer remains at large. The FBI has linked him to at least 2 other cases in neighboring states with similar patterns, renting rooms from families and slowly manipulating their environments. In both cases, the family dog was the first to sense something wrong. As for Max, he recovered once they moved to their new home in Vermont. But Thomas and Diane notice he still sometimes stops and stares intently at empty corners, as if seeing something they cannot. People dismiss animal instincts, Detective Lawson commented in her final report on the case. But sometimes they're the only warning we get. The Emersons are lucky Max was there. I shudder to think how far Edward might have taken his experiment if they hadn't discovered what was happening. The case remains technically open, but leads have gone cold. Edward's psychological profile suggests he's methodical enough to have established a completely new identity by now. Sometimes, late at night, Diane Emerson still checks that all the doors and windows are locked, and she always listens when Max growls. Because some predators don't look like monsters, some wear wire-rimmed glasses and have perfect credit scores, some move into your home and study you like insects under glass, some seek revenge for wrongs decades old with patience that borders on pathological. And sometimes the only one who can sense the danger is the family dog who refuses to enter the room. Crime 9, they were pristine white, clean, all hanging on a single long rack, 10 dresses, all slightly different but all worn. In the corner sat a crate filled with veils and shoes. A Polaroid was pinned to the shed wall, 10 women lined up in front of a chapel. None of them had names, only numbers. When Eliza Barnes purchased the small bungalow on Sycamore Lane in the quiet town of Millfield, Connecticut in the fall of 2018, she had been drawn to its quaint charm and the sprawling garden that came with it. The elderly previous owner, Herbert Caulfield, had passed away after living there for over 40 years. The real estate agent mentioned that Herbert had been a widower living alone since his wife Margaret died in the late 1970s. The property had sold below market value, something about needing to settle the estate quickly. Eliza didn't think much about the garden shed during the first few months. Winter came early that year, and the garden lay dormant under a blanket of snow. It wasn't until the following April, when the daffodils began to emerge and Eliza felt the urge to start gardening, that she decided to check what tools the previous owner might have left behind. The padlock on the shed was old and rusted, but the key had been included in a set handed over by the realtor. It took some jiggling before the lock finally gave way with a reluctant click. The door creaked open, revealing a space much larger than it appeared from the outside. Dust particles danced in the shaft of afternoon light that spilled through the door. What Eliza saw made her breath catch in her throat. 10 wedding dresses hung on a metal rack that ran the length of the back wall. Each dress was meticulously preserved in clear plastic. They varied in style, some with lace overlays, others with beading or simple satin finishes, but all were unmistakably bridal gowns. What disturbed Eliza most was that they all showed signs of having been worn. Small dirt stains at the hems, slight discoloration around the waistlines, a missing button here and there. "Hello," Detective Morgan Ellis answered his phone on the third ring. It was nearly 8 p.m. and he had just settled down to watch the baseball game. The voice on the other end was female, trembling slightly. "I need to report something strange," Eliza said. "I found wedding dresses in my shed, 10 of them, and a photograph of women numbered." Ellis had been with the Millfield Police Department for 17 years. In a town of just under 12,000 people, serious crime was rare. Most of his work involved minor theft, domestic disputes, and the occasional drunk driver, but something in the woman's voice made him sit up straight. "I'll be there in 20 minutes, he said. As Ellis pulled up to the address on Sycamore Lane, he immediately recognized the house, Herbert Caulfield's place. The old man had kept to himself, rarely interacting with neighbors or venturing into town except for necessities. Ellis had spoken to him only once, years ago, about a noise complaint that turned out to be nothing. Eliza Barnes met him at the door, her face pale in the porch light. She led him through the house and out the back door, where a stone path wound through the garden to the shed. She handed him the key but didn't follow him inside. Ellis spent 45 minutes in the shed, examining each dress, the box of accessories, and the Polaroid photograph. The picture showed 10 women standing in front of what appeared to be a small country chapel. The building was white with a simple steeple, surrounded by pine trees. Each woman wore one of the dresses hanging in the shed. On the back of the photo, written in neat handwriting, "My brides, 1973-1982. What troubled Ellis most was the numbering. Each woman had a number 1 through 10 written carefully above her head. "Did Herbert Caulfield have any children?" Ellis asked Eliza when he returned to the house. "The realtor didn't mention any," she replied, wrapping her cardigan tighter around herself. "Just that his wife died a long time ago." Ellis nodded. "I'm going to need to bring some people out here tomorrow. Will you be home?" That night Eliza couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about the dresses hanging silently in the dark shed at the bottom of her garden. Who were those women? Where were they now? The questions circled in her mind until dawn broke. By noon the next day, the small property was crowded with police vehicles. Forensic technicians carefully removed each dress, photographing and bagging them as evidence. Others combed through the shed, scanning the walls and floor for any trace evidence that might have survived the decades. Detective Ellis spent the morning on the phone, piecing together Herbert Caulfield's history. The man had worked as a janitor at Millfield Community College from 1970 until his retirement in 1995. His wife Margaret had indeed died in 1979 of cancer, according to her death certificate. They had no children. Herbert had no criminal record, not even a parking ticket. By the end of the week, the investigation had expanded. Police searched the entire property, bringing in ground-penetrating radar to scan the garden and beneath the house's foundation. They found nothing unusual. The shed revealed no hidden compartments or buried secrets. The dresses themselves yielded little information. They were all purchased from different bridal shops across New England between 1973 and 1982, according to the labels. No blood or other bodily fluids were detected. The shoes and veils showed similar signs of normal wear, nothing more. The breakthrough came from the photograph. An officer familiar with the area recognized the chapel as St. Mary's, a small church that had stood on the outskirts of nearby Winston County until it burned down in 1989. The church records had been moved to the county archives. Ellis and his partner, Detective Sarah Chen, spent 3 days going through marriage certificates from St. Mary's Church. They cross-referenced every wedding performed between 1973 and 1982 with missing persons reports from the same period. "I've got something," Chen said on the afternoon of the third day. She placed 10 files on Ellis's desk, 10 women who disappeared within 6 months of getting married at St. Mary's. The cases were never connected because they were spread across 5 different counties in 9 years. Ellis opened the first file. Judith Mayers, 23, married Michael Jennings on May 15, 1973. Reported missing by her husband on October 27, 1973. The investigation concluded she had likely left voluntarily, as some of her clothes and personal items were missing. The case was closed after a year. The pattern repeated through all 10 files. Young women, newly married, disappearing within months of their weddings. In each case, evidence suggested they had left of their own accord. Notes left behind, personal items taken, no signs of struggle. But why would Caulfield have their wedding dresses? Ellis wondered aloud. The answer came from a search of Herbert Caulfield's employment records. Between 1970 and 1983, he had worked weekend evenings as a janitor at St. Mary's Church to supplement his income. He was there for every wedding, Chen said quietly. He would have seen each bride. Further investigation revealed that Herbert had a second shed on a small piece of property he owned in the woods outside of town. Inside, they found journals, 10 of them, one for each woman. The entries detailed Herbert's growing obsession with each bride, how he would watch them from afar after their weddings, learning their routines. The journals described how he convinced each woman to leave with him, promising them a new life away from husbands they had quickly grown to regret marrying. He had been charming, patient, gaining their trust over months. The final pages of each journal were identical, a detailed account of a wedding ceremony Herbert performed himself at the chapel after hours, where he would marry each woman before driving her to his cabin in the mountains of Vermont. The journals ended there, with no mention of what happened afterward. Despite extensive searches of the Vermont property, no remains were ever found. Herbert Caulfield had taken his secrets to the grave. The 10 women remained missing, existing only as numbers on a photograph and as dresses hanging in a garden shed. Eliza Barnes eventually sold the house on Sycamore Lane, unable to live with the knowledge of what had happened there. Before leaving, she planted 10 rose bushes in the garden, one for each missing bride. They bloom white every spring, a memorial to women whose stories might otherwise have been forgotten. The dresses now sit in evidence storage at the Millfield Police Department. Sometimes, late at night when the building is empty, officers swear they can hear the rustle of fabric, as if the dresses are stirring in the darkness, waiting for their owners to return. The case of the Sycamore Lane brides remains officially unsolved. Detective Ellis keeps the Polaroid on his desk, a reminder that some mysteries leave questions that hang in the air like whispers, present but just beyond our grasp. Story 10. The gentle current whispered secrets as it carried the water lazily that fateful morning, the surface like a polished mirror reflecting the hazy sunlight. The fisherman, his weathered hands gripping the oar, almost missed the curious sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it appeared as if someone had carelessly discarded a pile of worn-out clothes, but as he drew nearer, a putrid stench wafted towards him, thick and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was adorned with chains, its once sharp edges now softened by the relentless caress of time and the elements. When the authorities pried open the rusted case, they were met not with garments, but with a macabre scene. Within its confines lay a tangle of dark hair, fingers frozen in a grotesque grasp of despair, and at the very bottom, a haunting note whispered chilling words, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, her features shrouded in a veil of contemplation, pressed a delicate handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the somber tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her prime with midnight dark locks and skin now marred by the cruel touch of water, lay still as the medical examiner meticulously catalogued every detail, each movement methodical and precise as if performing a sacred ritual. What struck Mercer amidst the grimness was not the callousness of the disposal, but the eerie reverence with which the victim had been prepared, nails painstakingly manicured, hair recently styled, clad in garments that whispered of opulence and refinement. She was not just discarded, Mercer mused, her gaze following the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy shore. She was arranged, adorned. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate maven renowned for her prowess in selling luxurious properties to the elite. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within the confines of an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues painted a portrait of a woman driven by ambition, meticulous in her ways, a mistress of privacy. The trail of breadcrumbs led back to her sleek, modernist abode, a sanctuary of pristine perfection where designer furniture stood sentinel in immaculate order, every surface gleaming with an almost unearthly polish. But in the midst of this flawless facade, a single anomaly beckoned, a drawer slightly ajar in her home office, revealing a hidden trove. Nestled within the drawer lay a weathered journal bound in rich leather, its pages a testament to a mind unraveling. The final entry etched in ink read, "He's watching again, same car, different plates." As the digital footprints of Walsh's online life were unearthed, a chilling pattern emerged. Dozens of messages from unknown senders, all bearing the same ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." A meticulous chronicle of uninvited surveillance, a sinister dance of shadows in the digital realm. Detective Mercer, her mind a tapestry of deduction and intuition, pieced together the fragments of the puzzle. The care lavished upon the victims, the meticulous display of their final moments, it was not born of rage, but of a twisted ritual, a dark sacrament to an unseen deity of perfection. The breakthrough arrived from an unexpected quarter, a local pawn shop owner recognizing Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares, absent from her belongings. The pawn ticket bore a name, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for blending into the background. Surveillance footage wove a damning tapestry of Linden's movements, a spider spinning its web of deceit around his unsuspecting prey. His apartment, a canvas of madness, whispered tales of obsession as photos of Walsh and other women adorned the walls, their likenesses captured in stolen moments, their lives dissected in eerie detail. A hidden shrine concealed behind a false wall painted a portrait of madness, a lock of hair, a stained tissue, keys to lives stolen, all meticulously catalogued in a twisted homage to his victims. As the interrogation room echoed with the weight of unspoken horrors, Linden, his demeanor as placid as a tranquil lake, finally uttered the chilling truth. They were flawed, he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. Their perfection was a facade, a lie too cruel to endure. The search for the missing links in his sordid tale led investigators to remote corners, where two more suitcases revealed the grim echoes of Walsh's fate, women akin in appearance, in profession, in the pursuit of an unattainable ideal of flawlessness. In the hushed courtroom, Linden sat unmoving, his gaze fixed on some distant horizon as the gavel of justice fell upon him, a life sentence, a penance without reprieve. For Detective Mercer, the chapter closed, but the specter of unanswered questions lingered in the shadows. What specter haunted Linden's fractured psyche, driving him to extinguish the light of perfection he so fervently sought in others? The river, ever the silent witness, continued its meandering journey downstream, carrying with it the remnants of a dark chapter now closed. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk, the chilling notebooks whispered of a truth too grim to ignore, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, beneath the facade of perfection, darkness may well lie in wait, a predator in plain sight, biding its time until the mask of flawlessness slips, revealing the yawning abyss beneath. Story 11, the mysterious box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten items in the attic, a time-worn relic left behind by the house's former inhabitants. Among the dust and clutter, faded Polaroids revealed glimpses of joyful occasions, birthdays, family gatherings, moments frozen in time. All seemed ordinary, innocent, until she reached the final photograph. In that image captured within her own living room, familiar furniture, the same curtains, but a family she did not recognize. And there, almost imperceptible in the shadows, a man stood in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a shiver slide down her spine as she scrutinized the photograph. Her fingers quivered slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with golden locks, a man with thick glasses, and two children smiled at the camera, oblivious to the figure lurking in the background, their expressions frozen in happiness while danger loomed close by. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the photo to the kitchen. The house, always feeling too vast, too empty since she moved in 4 months prior, now felt oppressive. Placing the photograph on the counter, she gazed at it under the harsh glow of fluorescent light. The resemblance was uncanny, the archway, the crown molding, the bay window welcoming the morning sun. This was her home, yet these faces were strangers. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket hinting at past investigations. His eyes, sharp and observant, scanned the photograph meticulously. Running a gloved finger along the Polaroid's edge, he turned it over to find a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired, his voice a deep rumble. Rebecca confessed very little. The sale was handled through a realtor, and they had already relocated out of state. Nodding, Morgan's expression revealed nothing as he said, "May I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation commenced quietly. Rebecca delved into the history of the house's former occupants. The Nelsons had bought it from the Crawfords, who had resided there for 7 years before vanishing abruptly. Prior to them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan traced back through property records, interviewing old neighbors, constructing a timeline of residents. A breakthrough arrived unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. The Sutherlands, he stated with certainty. They lived in that house for about a year before disappearing without a trace. Mail piled up before being returned, and it was assumed they had moved unexpectedly. The Sutherlands gone without a trace. 4 individuals vanished, leaving no clues. No forwarding address, no school records for the children, no trace of their cars or bank accounts. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to 15 years prior. Details in the photo indicated it was taken using a timer, with the subjects positioned unnaturally still. But if the Sutherlands set up the camera, who was the mysterious figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the shadowy presence. Tall male, clad in dark attire, his face obscured but his intent gaze evident. He seemed to belong there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan uncovered a chilling pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for precisely 1 year before disappearing, and before them, yet another. 5 families in 5 years, all vanishing without a trace, always after a year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for only 4 months. Delving further into historical records, the investigators unearthed information about the architect who built the house, a man named Samuel Whitfield. Renowned, yet he vanished near the project's completion. His replacement, Whitfield, finished the construction. A single photo of him existed in police archives, a tall, gaunt man with piercing eyes. When digitally aged and compared, the resemblance between Whitfield and the figure in the Polaroid was striking. However, Whitfield reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after completing the house. His body never recovered. The basement became the focal point of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar identified anomalies beneath the concrete floor, irregularities in density. As jackhammers broke through, a putrid odor wafted forth. Beneath layers of concrete and earth, they discovered them. The Sutherlands, alongside every other missing family, perfectly preserved in the cool, dry soil. Among their possessions lay a camera, the same one used to capture the attic photograph. Dozens more photos emerged, each depicting a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace in the attic, concealed behind a false wall. Inside, a cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families. The last entry, dated 3 days earlier, read, "The new one is different. She discovered my photograph too soon. I must quicken my pace." Under police protection, Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel. One night, her slumber disturbed by a ringing phone. Answering, she heard only breathing, followed by the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera. The investigation remains ongoing. The house stands vacant, its windows dark, its secrets shrouded. Samuel Whitfield's whereabouts remain unknown. Some believe he perished long ago, while others speculate he adopted a new identity elsewhere. And somewhere in a shadowed room, photos develop new families, new homes, new watchers in the dark. The only certainty, those unraveling the mystery of the man in the photograph, are now being watched themselves. Story 12. As she placed her weight on the wooden plank, it shifted beneath her foot, a subtle movement that caught her attention. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and traced her fingers along the edges, sensing a hidden gap beneath the seemingly solid floor. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, narrow space that lay concealed beneath her new home. At first glance, all she could see was dust and cobwebs, but as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes began to materialize. A mattress, a chair, and tucked away in the shadows, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages of a single name, her own name written over and over again. Standing behind her, Detective Morgan Reed observed Sarah Coleman peering into the abyss that had been lurking beneath her residence all along. Beyond the mere discovery of a secret room, Sarah's eyes betrayed a deeper fear, a violation of her sense of security, a sinister presence encroaching upon what was meant to be a fresh beginning. "Don't disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice was steady, commanding. With a click, her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing walls adorned with surveillance photos capturing Sarah's every move, entering her car, stepping into buildings, conversing with friends. A chilling shrine of obsession that had remained hidden beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly man named Walter Green, who had passed away without leaving any known kin. The property had sat vacant for months before Sarah's purchase, described in real estate listings as charming and in need of minor touch-ups. No mention had been made of anything peculiar during inspections or negotiations. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. The neighbors mentioned he was reclusive. "I was told that basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." Forensic teams arrived, their tools clattering against the wooden floors as they entered the hidden chamber. They meticulously documented the scene, collecting evidence and eventually removing the mattress, chair, and notebook hidden below. Analysis of the space uncovered an array of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green. But what disturbed investigators most was the timeline they unraveled. Through utility records and dated photographs found in the hidden room, it became clear that Walter had been surveilling Sarah for at least 3 years prior to his demise. He had shadowed her at community events, frequented the same grocery stores, and even visited the cafe where she occasionally worked. Yet Sarah had remained oblivious to his presence. This level of fixation often progresses, the department psychologist remarked during a debriefing. The obsession shifts from fantasy to preparation. The hidden room suggests he was gearing up for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took an unexpected turn when she interviewed one of Walter's former co-workers from the maintenance department at a local shopping center. The man appeared uneasy, fiddling with his wedding band as they spoke. Walter would mention her from time to time, he confessed. He'd say she reminded him of someone. I thought it was just harmless rambling. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on his hands. Did he ever discuss any plans involving her? Reed probed, not exactly plans, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. He'd say, "She belongs with me." I assumed it was just talk. Securing a warrant, Reed delved into Walter's workplace locker, undisturbed since his passing. Inside, they discovered a key that didn't correspond to any locks in Walter's home. Tracing the serial number led them to a storage unit registered under his name. With a grating sound, the metal door of the unit slid open, revealing a meticulously arranged set of furniture mirroring Sarah's old apartment, replicas of her bed, desk, and even her living room setup. Walter had recreated an exact duplicate of her living space, down to the smallest details. A mannequin sporting a wig identical to Sarah's hairstyle sat at the replica desk. The most unsettling sight was a calendar marked with a date just 1 week after Walter's sudden demise from a heart attack. The date was encircled in red, bearing a single word: together. Further investigation unveiled Walter's history of institutionalization in his youth due to an intense fixation on a female teacher, diagnosed as erotomania delusion, where the subject believes the object of their obsession reciprocates their feelings despite evidence to the contrary. Released into society, Walter lived decades without incident until something in Sarah triggered his dormant tendencies. Spread out on the conference table at the police station, crime scene photos painted a grim picture. In his mind, he passed believing they shared a special bond. To him, their union was inevitable, Detective Reed remarked. Is it possible she encountered him somewhere, sparking this fixation? Another detective inquired. Reed shook her head. No trace of any encounter. Sometimes these obsessions require very little. A passing smile, a lingering gaze. For someone with his background, that might have been enough. Choosing to part ways with the house, Sarah couldn't shake the unease that clung to the walls. During the final walkthrough with her real estate agent, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped around herself. I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he hadn't passed away when he did, she murmured. How long would I have resided here, unaware of his watchful eyes, unaware of the secrets hidden beneath my very floorboards? With Walter's passing, the case was officially closed, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, even though the abduction itself never came to pass. Psychiatric evaluations of the evidence suggested that Walter had intended to confine Sarah within either the hidden room or the storage unit. Sarah relocated, altering her routines and guarding her personal information more closely. Detective Reed periodically checked in on her, a silent acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah had escaped becoming another tragic statistic, another victim. The cottage found new owners, a young couple unaware of its dark past. The hidden room was sealed, the floorboards replaced. Life marched on. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the enigmatic chamber beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of the unseen perils that lurk, of monsters who evade capture, and of the countless victims who remain unaware of the perilous proximity of their own demise. Story 13, the old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding onto secrets whispered through the years. The heating system groaned softly, the pipes rattling like murmurs of the past, a familiar symphony of the building's aging bones. She, the inhabitant of this time-worn space, had grown accustomed to these nocturnal lullabies, finding solace in their predictable cadence. But one night, a subtle shift in the symphony caught her attention, a voice, delicate yet distinct, weaving through the metallic whispers carried by the vents. It wasn't the ordinary sounds of neighbors or the building settling. It was a whisper calling her name in the shadows of the night. Intrigued, she pressed her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening with a mixture of fear and curiosity. A soft breath of icy air brushed past her cheek, and then almost teasingly the voice spoke again, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw, a figure of calm amidst the eerie atmosphere, stood in the center of the silent apartment, her gaze unwavering on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team moved with precision around her, capturing the scene with flashes of light from their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had left a void that lingered for 7 days until the scent of decay finally drew attention. Officer Patel, his voice solemn, recited details from his notepad, painting a picture of a woman tormented by unseen forces. Alina had reported the whispers, the voices that haunted her through the vents, but her concerns had been dismissed as mere echoes of an old building settling into the night. Kneeling beside the vent, Shaw observed the telltale signs of struggle etched into the metal, deep scratches, like desperate pleas for escape. Fingernails, she realized, clawing from within, a silent cry for help trapped in the confines of the ventilation system. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had left behind a room filled with traces of her existence: a neatly made bed, a forgotten mug in the sink, a chair positioned beneath the vent, as if waiting for a clandestine visitor to listen to the whispers in the walls. As the investigation unfolded, revealing eerie details that blurred the lines between reality and nightmare, Shaw delved deeper into Alina's world. The fibers in the vent matched her favorite cardigan. A fingerprint foreign to her lingered on the vent cover, and the haunting audio recordings from her phone spoke of a presence that whispered in the shadows, beckoning her closer. The history of the building unfolded like a sinister tapestry, each thread weaving a tale of tenants who had fled in fear, of voices that echoed through the walls, of a malevolent presence that lurked within the very structure itself. Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent, emerged as a person of interest, his calm facade masking a darkness that seemed to seep from the very walls he tended to. A hidden passage concealed behind a loose tile in Alina's bathroom unveiled a chilling reality, a secret realm within the walls where someone had lived, watched, and whispered to unsuspecting victims. Shaw's pursuit of the truth led to Weber's lair, a meticulously organized sanctuary of voyeurism, where recordings and relics of past tenants bore witness to his twisted obsession. The arrest of Weber, his serene acceptance of his fate, sent shivers through those touched by his malevolence. His words, cryptic and chilling, hinted at a connection to something beyond comprehension, a bond with the building itself that whispered secrets to him in the dead of night. As the trial unfolded, the darkness that had permeated the old apartment cast a long shadow over the courtroom, exposing a predator whose twisted desires had driven him to manipulate, to deceive, to violate the sanctity of his victims' lives. The verdict, swift and damning, offered a semblance of closure to those haunted by the echoes of the past. Yet the building, now vacant and silent, bore the scars of its dark history. New owners came and went, their footsteps echoing in empty hallways haunted by whispers in the walls. The old heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, carrying with them a legacy of fear and uncertainty that lingered long after the last echoes of the past had faded into the night. Story 14. The worn envelope exuded a sense of history, its edges tinged with the passage of time, yet the stamp on it gleamed with fresh ink, a recent dispatch into the world. With a delicate touch, the detective unfurled its contents. A solitary sheet of paper emerged, bearing a message typed hurriedly in a font that danced unevenly across the page. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt strangely damp, and a scent of iron lingered, clinging to the fibers. Only upon closer inspection did the detective notice a reddish smear adorning the bottom edge, a dark revelation that whispered of secrets untold. Detective Sarah Morgan, with a practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands ensuring no trace was left behind. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The crimson stain was indeed human blood, a chilling echo of an unsolved murder that had cast a shadow over the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a canvas of stab wounds painting a gruesome picture. Her missing laptop and scattered notes hinted at a connection between her work and the violence that had shattered her life. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, a mystery unresolved. And now this cryptic letter had found its way to the police department, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a careful sender, one who had taken precautions to conceal their identity. But the postmark offered a glimmer of hope, a slender thread to follow in the darkness. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, walls adorned with the haunting imagery of crime scenes and dead-end lights. She affixed the image of the letter at the heart of the board, a silent challenge to the unknown perpetrator. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room, a quiet determination in her voice. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this grim dance, studied the letter with a furrowed brow. "Or perhaps it's a ruse, a twisted game meant to deceive us," he mused, his skepticism casting a shadow over the room. The forensics team traced the unique patterns of the typewriter to a long-forgotten model, a relic of the past with a tale of its own. Though rare, it was not beyond reach. They embarked on a quest, reaching out to antique aficionados and collectors across the land. As the investigation unfurled like a delicate bloom, they delved into Rebecca's world, a tapestry woven with threads of ambition and danger. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless seeker of truth, unafraid to confront corruption head-on. Her latest assignment had thrust her into the heart of a family saga, a web of deceit and power. The patriarch's recent passing had sparked a feud among his heirs, each vying for a piece of the inheritance. The detectives turned their gaze to Rebecca's lover, Michael Barnes, once a pillar of strength, now a figure shrouded in uncertainty. In the glow of new revelations, cracks in his facade emerged, furtive glances, trembling hands betraying a hidden truth. She spoke of shadows following her, he confessed, his voice a whisper in the room's hushed stillness. "I brushed it off as paranoia, a byproduct of her investigations. I should have listened." While the detectives pursued this fragile light, a second letter materialized, a mirror to the first in its cryptic message and chilling contents. She delved too deep into family secrets, into the sins of the past. It was never meant to end this way. The trail led them to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted the eldest son, Richard, a man cloaked in shadows of his own making. His collection of antiquities held a secret, a trove of vintage typewriters, each whispering tales of bygone eras. His smooth explanations crumbled under scrutiny, revealing a facade carefully crafted. The breakthrough shimmered into view when fibers on the envelopes pointed to custom stationery belonging to the youngest daughter, Eleanor. A confession unraveled, exposing Richard's request for her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's domain unearthed a hidden chamber, a repository of obsession and malice. Newspaper clippings, surveillance relics, and a vintage typewriter, the tools of a killer laid bare. The blood spoke the truth, a damning link to Rebecca herself. And in a twist unforeseen, the tendrils of connection wound around Michael and Richard, their ties of blood and betrayal laid bare. Financial transactions whispered of dark bargains struck in shadows, of secrets too heavy to bear. Michael crumbled beneath the weight of guilt, his words a torrent of remorse and regret. "I never intended harm," he confessed, the burden of truth heavy upon his shoulders. It was a ploy gone awry, a tale spun too far. The puzzle neared completion when Eleanor unveiled a hidden recording, a hushed conversation capturing Richard's chilling decree. "Silence her once and for all," his voice echoed in the dimness, a sentence of death sealed. Richard's flight from justice was short-lived, his capture a victory in the dance of shadows and light. The courtroom became a stage of reckoning, a theater of justice where the echoes of the past clashed with the present. Richard's protestations of innocence rang hollow against the weight of evidence, a tapestry woven with threads of deceit and malice. The jury's decision came swift and sure, a verdict etched in stone. As Richard faced his reckoning, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's kin, a silent offering of solace in a storm of grief. The letters, stained with blood and regret, found their resting place in the vault of evidence, a testament to the fragile threads that bind truth and lies. The tale of Rebecca Warren whispered through the halls of the academy, a cautionary note in the symphony of justice, a reminder that even the darkest secrets cast shadows, and that the echo of remorse can be the bane of those who dwell in the realm of shadows and secrets. Story 15. In her reluctance, she ascended to the attic, compelled by a storm-induced leak in the roof. The neglected space was a realm of forgotten relics shrouded in layers of dust and webs. Nestled in the distant corner rested an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, its minuscule furnishings meticulously arranged. Yet as she gazed within, a twist of unease gripped her stomach. The figures occupying the miniature abode were not mere dolls, but exquisitely carved replicas of her own kin. Each diminutive figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one. The figure intended to portray her stood by the attic's threshold. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the groove where the small wooden figure stood. A chill coursed through her being, unrelated to the frigid draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This was not her childhood abode, but a temporary dwelling her family had recently inhabited. The chronicle commenced with Rebecca's frantic summons to law enforcement. Authorities arrived at the suburban domicile to encounter a family in distress, clustered in their living space, refusing to venture upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their trepidations as an elaborate hoax or perchance the fanciful musings of a family acclimating to a new residence. "The precision caught my attention," reflected Detective Harmon in subsequent interviews. Each tiny figurine captured a distinct trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The inquiry took a turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members. Even more disconcerting were microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of every miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse itself. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements in the preceding days unveiled an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored the family's seating that evening, but replicated exact stances from various days, indicating someone had observed them long enough to discern their routines. We realized this was not a mere case of stalking, expounded Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited an obsession seldom documented in criminal psychology. A concealed entrance to the basement was uncovered, discreetly veiled behind a false pantry wall. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living quarters with evidence suggesting an individual had dwelled there prior to the Morgans' arrival. Discarded food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at the intruder's extended stay beneath the family's feet. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records disclosed the house had remained uninhabited for nearly a year before the Morgans' occupancy. The former owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within close succession. Their son had overseen the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interrogations with neighbors yielded scant information. Most had observed nothing out of the ordinary, though one elderly resident mentioned sporadically spotting lights within the house during its vacancy. I presumed it was the real estate agents showcasing the property, she recounted to investigators. Never did it occur to me that someone might be residing there without authorization. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Scrutinizing the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras, analysts traced the data to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a modest apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous residents of the house greeted them. Detailed journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with unsettling accuracy. The most harrowing revelation was a workshop housing numerous partly constructed dollhouses, each representing distinct residences in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. Financial records unveiled mounting debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the property outright, he had fashioned a covert living space, persisting in residing there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, explicated the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figurine symbolized someone under his surveillance. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his acknowledgement of her discovery of his spying apparatus. Throughout questioning, Wells remained eerily composed as he expounded on his motives. They dwelled in my home, slumbered in my parents' chamber. I needed assurance they treated it with reverence. When probed about the positioned figures, he merely remarked, I desired them to recognize my perpetual observation. Psychological assessment divulged a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells grappled with the emotional fallout of losing his childhood abode and contrived an intricate system to retain dominion over it. The dollhouse became his conduit to possess both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later recollected that the most haunting moment was not discovering the dollhouse but comprehending its implications. Someone had been surveilling us all along, scrutinizing our lives, reducing us to mere playthings. The genuine dread wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that in his perception, we were mere puppets to be manipulated and observed. Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, unlawful surveillance, and trespassing. The case spurred a reevaluation of real estate disclosure regulations concerning deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure residences are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge highlighted the profound violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't solely intrude upon their home, you encroached upon their sense of security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your gratification. What renders the case particularly troubling to criminologists is how long Wells might have operated unnoticed had Rebecca not uncovered the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals hinted at his clandestine residency within homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, fashioning dollhouses of each family under observation. The Morgan family eventually located a new abode far from the scene, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still inspects closets and crawl spaces routinely. She eradicated all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. "Some days I still sense a presence watching me," she disclosed. "I ponder if somewhere someone is manipulating a miniature version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to discover." Story 16, the real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no inkling of its existence. Yet as the family peeled back the worn carpet, they uncovered a hidden door beneath, a door with a handle weighed down by rust, demanding the strength of 3 to pry it ajar. Stale air, heavy with the aroma of damp earth, wafted out to greet them. Descending steps disappeared into darkness, beckoning them forward. Anticipating a storage space, they instead stumbled upon a solitary chair bathed in the gentle sway of a lone light bulb above, and on the wall behind, a sequence of photographs depicting them, images captured from within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban abode amid the winter chill, when the shadows lengthened early and the skeletal trees loomed stark against the frosty sky. They had admired the 2-story dwelling with its weathered facade and creaking floorboards, believing it exuded character and a storied past. Little did they foresee the depth of history woven into the house's very foundation, or the unsettling collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene alongside her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had quivered over the phone as she recounted the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else descends," Connors instructed, slipping on latex gloves with seasoned expertise. The camera flashes punctuated the darkness as the forensics team meticulously documented the subterranean chamber. The wooden stairs groaned underfoot as they descended. The basement, compact in size akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls adorned in a flat gray hue. A solitary chair, anchored to the floor at the room's center, stood beneath the harsh glare of the bare bulb, casting eerie shadows that danced lazily in the unseen draft. Yet it was the lineup of photographs that seized their attention, 37 snapshots meticulously arranged in a temporal sequence. "These date back almost a month," remarked Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the reverse of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the sofa. Mr. Mercer seated at the kitchen table, the children in their chambers. Despite exhaustive investigation, no evidence of forced entry surfaced, no shattered windows, no tampered locks. The security system had remained inert, nothing had been filched. Only their privacy had been violated, along with any semblance of security they once held." Forensic analysis unveiled a multitude of fingerprints throughout the basement, predominantly belonging to previous proprietors of the residence. An examination of records disclosed that the house had changed hands 6 times within the last decade, each family departing within a year and selling at increasingly depreciated prices. None had ever alluded to the presence of a basement. "We must interrogate every former owner," Connors asserted, flipping through her notepad. The case spiraled into deeper disconcertion as they retraced the property's lineage. Discrepancies in property records emerged, blueprints altered between transactions, permits submitted and subsequently retracted, inspection reports heavily censored. A breakthrough surfaced during the interrogation of the contractor who had overseen renovations 7 years prior. His countenance blanched upon glimpsing photographs of the basement. "That chamber is non-existent," he vehemently maintained, his hands quivering. "I gutted that space down to the very bones. There was no basement, no door, only soil and concrete beneath the living area." Data retrieved from a concealed memory card nestled within the light fixture unfurled hundreds more images on their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of earlier families. Children in slumber, parents embroiled in disputes, intimate moments, mundane routines, all surreptitiously captured by an intruder who should never have been present. The investigation took a sinister turn upon unearthing audio files from a weatherproof container buried in the basement's recesses. Recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living space. The audio quality hinted at sophisticated microphones clandestinely stationed throughout the residence, though none had been unearthed during the initial sweep. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors commanded, her tone laced with urgency. "Inspect within the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Concealed beyond the photograph-laden wall, investigators stumbled upon a narrow passageway leading to a diminutive monitoring hub. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages brimming with meticulous observations concerning each family that had inhabited the house. Their routines, their timetables, their disagreements, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored samples from the original builder of the property, a man by the name of Edward Kelvin. Records indicated his demise during the house's construction, a detail that grew increasingly dubious as the inquiry unfolded. No official death certificate, no documented funeral arrangements. Edward Kelvin had seemingly vanished from public archives. The journal's final entries spiraled into delirium. Phrases such as "they avert their gaze" and "they remain oblivious" recurred incessantly. The conclusive page bore a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives on the morrow." Scrutiny of the fingerprints validated the detective's mounting suspicion Edward Kelvin had never departed from the edifice he had erected. Instead, he had retreated into the concealed recesses, fabricating a labyrinth of observation points from which to surveil the families who believed themselves sole occupants. The manhunt extended over 3 days. They unearthed him ensconced within a crawl space amid the upstairs bedrooms, his physique sinewy and attenuated, acclimated to navigating the narrow passages he had fashioned within the walls. His eyes blinked in the glare of the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin expatiated on the families as if they were players in his private drama. He delineated watching them with the detached precision of a scientist cataloging specimens. He had refrained from physical contact, abstained from theft, refrained from overtly meddling in their lives. He had solely observed, recorded, noted. "They extended me an invitation," he elucidated to the investigators, his voice gentle and rational. "They affixed their signatures to the documents. They became mine." The psychiatric evaluation ascertained Kelvin's severe delusions, wherein he perceived himself as a custodian of the domicile rather than an interloper. The families were but transient occupants in what he perceived as his enduring abode. The Mercer family forsook the property, leaving behind their possessions, salvaging solely what could fit within their suitcases. The house languished in vacancy as the judicial process unfolded. The trial unveiled the full expanse of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely via crawl spaces, observation points interwoven into the structure itself, all meticulously devised prior to the initial brick being laid. The domicile had been crafted from its inception as a voyeuristic apparatus, its residents unwitting participants in Kelvin's fixated documentation. Upon the jury's pronouncement, Kelvin betrayed no reaction. He had already withdrawn into the labyrinth of his psyche, where he could still navigate unseen through the passageways of the residents now existing solely in memory. The property was eventually razed, the earth beneath exhumed and sealed. Yet for the families who had resided there, the transgression endured. They remained haunted not by what had been pilfered from them, but by what had eluded their awareness, watching, eavesdropping, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had entrusted to shield them. Occasionally, in hushed instants, they found themselves casting glances at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were genuinely unaccompanied now, pondering if they ever truly had been. Story 17. The young couple who had just moved into the old Victorian manor saw the crackling intercom as a quirky relic of the past. It whispered mysteriously late at night, a forgotten feature of the house. One evening the husband, compelled by curiosity, pressed the button, and a chilling whisper echoed through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he turned to his wife, only to hear her deny ever speaking those words. The manor, surrounded by ancient oak trees, stood as a blend of old charm and modern comfort. Daniel and Meredith Parker had been drawn to its history, unaware of the secrets hidden within its walls. When Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property in response to a potential break-in, she sensed there was more to the story than a mere intrusion. Daniel, with a haunted look in his eyes, recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom to Detective Reeves. His wife, Meredith, sat tense and silent, holding a mug of tea that grew cold in her hands. She revealed that while renovating the kitchen pantry, they had uncovered a hidden compartment behind a wall where a weathered journal belonging to a woman named Alina was found. The journal revealed Alina's fears of her husband Vincent's intentions to harm her, with the final entry dated 30 years ago, hinting at a tragic end to her story. Further investigation confirmed the existence of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the previous owners of the manor. Vincent had sold the house after Alina's disappearance, but no trace of her had ever been found. As forensic teams excavated the property, they unearthed human remains buried beneath the garden shed. The skeleton, identified as Alina Blackwood, bore signs of violence leading to Vincent's arrest. In a chilling confession, Vincent admitted to silencing Alina through a calculated murder, weaving a web of deception to cover his tracks for decades. The trial exposed Vincent's cold-hearted manipulation, and he was sentenced for his crimes. Daniel and Meredith, shaken by the dark history of their home, decided to sell the manor. Before leaving, they held a solemn memorial for Alina, finally giving her the peace she had been denied for so long. The next owners, unaware of the house's grim past, removed the old intercom system during renovations. Workers reported hearing strange whispers and static during the process, attributing it to mere interference. Detective Reeves, reflecting on the case, knew that the house itself had played a role in revealing the truth, earning the name "the house that answered back" among law enforcement circles. On her way home, Detective Reeves occasionally passed by the manor, feeling a sense of eerie connection to the past. She never stopped, but as she slowed down, she could almost hear faint whispers carried on the wind, a reminder of the haunting tale that had unfolded within the walls of the old Victorian manor. Story 18. The fresh occupants believed it was merely peeling wallpaper, but as they delicately stripped it away, the hidden layers beneath whispered a different tale. Scrawled in ink repeatedly was a name. The identical name sprawling across every inch of the wall, etched in frantic, uneven script, It wasn't the name of the former proprietors. It wasn't recorded in any archives. However, upon searching it online, they stumbled upon a solitary result, a missing persons case from ages past. And the eerie twist, the woman in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had handed them the keys to the house. Michael and Sarah Klein had no immediate plans to revamp the Victorian-era dwelling. The enchanting old abode came at a surprisingly affordable price, and the prior owner, a reserved, graceful woman with silver-streaked dark hair, had appeared eager to sell, mentioning her relocation across the country. The couple felt drawn to the home's distinctive charm, its ornate woodwork and soaring ceilings whispering tales of yesteryears. It all began with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish blemish spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael pressed his fingertips against it, the paper crumbled, unveiling another layer beneath. Intrigued, they gingerly peeled back the damaged section. The initial layer unraveled outdated paisley patterns from what they presumed was the 1970s. Underneath that, striped paper from a bygone era. Yet as they persisted, an unexpected revelation surfaced within the third layer. Writing, dark ink on faded beige paper. Not random scrawls, but a name, Alina Winters, repeated endlessly, the handwriting growing increasingly frantic and erratic along the wall. "Who is Alina Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingers tracing the frenzied script. The discovery left them unsettled. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop aglow, scouring property records. The house had changed ownership multiple times over the years. No trace of Alina Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who had sold them the house was identified as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, clutching a coffee mug. Try searching solely the name. The internet quest yielded scarce results until they unearthed an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Alina Winters, age 27, reported missing during the winter months. The monochrome photograph depicted a young woman with dark locks and distinctive eyes that mirrored those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had passed on the property to them. "This article dates back 30 years, Michael murmured, his voice barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. Margaret would be about the right age now, but Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never received closure, no body discovered, no suspects named. Their intrigue morphed into an obsession. Sarah reached out to the previous homeowners, tracing back through county records. The renovation endeavors paused as they dedicated evenings to their makeshift investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had held ownership of the house for a mere 7 months before selling to them, an anomaly considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they had endured. The retired detective assigned to the cold case had long departed. When Michael managed to track him down, the man immediately recalled the case. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he recounted the investigation. Alina Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of a struggle at her apartment, her abandoned car located near the highway. The case turned icy swiftly, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before inquiring, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence lingered heavily on the line. "No, the name doesn't ring a bell." "Why?" When they elucidated their discovery and shared photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective pledged to make some inquiries. Within days, a detective from the current force made contact, seeking permission to scrutinize the wall. Their abode transformed into an active investigation site. Forensics teams meticulously documented and removed segments of the wallpaper. Analysis disclosed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts juxtaposed the wall inscriptions with samples of Alina's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The findings proved inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All displayed the same visage with subtle discrepancies: hair color, eyeglasses, expressions. The ultimate ID: Margaret Cavendish, aligned with their home seller. When authorities endeavored to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she had furnished, they discovered it was non-existent. Her phone number had been disconnected. The bank account that received their payment had been shuttered. Margaret Cavendish had vanished, akin to Alina Winters decades earlier. Then arrived the revelation that fundamentally shifted the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands retrieved from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. However, fingerprints extracted from the writing itself corresponded to an entirely different profile, one attributed to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had eluded the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records unearthed something harrowing. One of her documented alternate personalities identified herself as Alina. The investigation unveiled that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood companion, fixated on her to the point of imitation. When Alina rebuffed her increasingly unsettling advances, something within Rebecca shattered. She had assumed Alina's identity literally and metaphorically, and crafted an intricate network of personas to sustain the charade. The scribbled name symbolized Rebecca's desperate bid to cling to reality, to recollect her true self beneath the fabricated identities. The wall had metamorphosed into both confession and incarceration, a tangible manifestation of her fractured mind. Sarah and Michael observed from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had abruptly grown warm. The remnants unearthed from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. Confronted with evidence, the personality posing as Margaret crumbled, and another surfaced, one who admitted to slaying Alina in a fit of jealousy. The names on the wall had functioned as both tribute and admission of guilt, inscribed by a fractured mind striving to retain shreds of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades belatedly. For Michael and Sarah, their idyllic home turned infamous, a footnote in true crime annals, forever remembered as the residence where the walls themselves divulged a dark secret. Story 19: Reflections of Deception. She wiped away the steam clinging to the mirror, gazing at her own reflection. Everything appeared normal at first glance, her features in place, her attire unchanged. Yet a subtle unease crept over her as she continued to peer into the mirror. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a presence not of her own making. And when she turned away, a chilling revelation awaited her. Reflection lingered, observing her every move. Thus began the enigmatic ordeal of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding in the quiet solitude of her modest apartment nestled within a tranquil suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, Rebecca led a life of routine and precision as a data analyst for a local firm. Never did she imagine she would unknowingly become the focal point of a perplexing enigma that would bewilder investigators and haunt the community for years to come. The first signs of disturbance manifested innocuously: a subtle rearrangement of objects within her living space. A coffee mug shifted to a different shelf, books realigned, her toothbrush displaced. Initially attributing these anomalies to fatigue-induced oversight, Rebecca overlooked the peculiar occurrences as mere figments of a fatigued mind engrossed in the monotony of work. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement was sparked when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of unsettling incidents, finally reached out to the authorities. Initially deemed a matter more suited for mental health services than law enforcement, the puzzling nature of Rebecca's distress left Shaw intrigued yet cautious. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a pervasive sense of unease that pervaded Rebecca's sanctuary. However, the turning point arrived with the enigmatic incident involving the bathroom mirror. In a subsequent encounter with the authorities, Rebecca recounted the disconcerting event in vivid detail, an eerie spectacle of her reflection exhibiting autonomous movement, an unsettling sensation of perpetual observation. This time, tangible evidence accompanied her account, a security camera trained on her front door. The footage unearthed a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers, a doppelganger of Rebecca, identical in appearance, effortlessly gaining entry to her abode using a key while she was miles away at her workplace. The authenticity of the footage was verified, ruling out any semblance of tampering or digital manipulation, leaving investigators grappling with the enigma of a meticulously crafted facsimile of Rebecca. As the investigation delved deeper, forensic scrutiny revealed a perplexing absence of foreign DNA within the apartment, with fingerprints tracing solely back to Rebecca. Neighbors attested to witnessing nothing out of the ordinary, merely observing Rebecca's customary comings and goings. A neighbor's anecdote of a peculiar encounter with Rebecca further fueled the enigma, hinting at a meticulously orchestrated mimicry with sinister undertones. Rebecca's documentation of the escalating disturbances unveiled a crescendo of unsettling alterations within her living space: vanished food, inexplicable online searches, and eerie selfies on her phone bearing uncanny resemblances yet devoid of her recollection. The eerie photographs depicted a distorted version of herself, her visage subtly askew, hinting at a nefarious intent to undermine her identity. A breakthrough emerged when a recurring pattern was discerned within the surveillance footage, an insidious infiltration that coincided with Rebecca's anticipated absences for prearranged engagements. The revelation pointed to a meticulous observer, well versed in Rebecca's routines, orchestrating a calculated facade to infiltrate her existence surreptitiously. A forensic psychologist shed light on the chilling prospect of a fixation case, an individual consumed by an obsessive desire to assimilate Rebecca's persona, driven by a fractured psyche fixated on embodying her essence. The inquiry homed in on a former colleague, Lily Winters, whose erratic behavior post-dismissal and unsettling correspondence with Rebecca hinted at an unsettling fixation bordering on obsession. Upon securing a warrant to search Lily's residence, investigators unraveled a disturbing tableau, a meticulously curated replica of Rebecca's sanctuary, replete with clandestine surveillance materials capturing her every move. The meticulously crafted facsimile of Rebecca's life within Lily's domain, complete with meticulous mimicry and eerie documentation, painted a harrowing portrait of an identity consumed. The discovery of sophisticated replication tools, coupled with cryptic journal entries hinting at a sinister convergence of identities, underscored Lily's insidious intent to supplant Rebecca entirely. However, Lily's abrupt disappearance upon the brink of apprehension left a lingering sense of foreboding, signaling the commencement of a twisted metamorphosis poised to overwrite Rebecca's existence. The disquieting denouement unfolded as a security breach at Rebecca's erstwhile workplace unveiled a chilling reality, a flawless impersonation of Rebecca accessing the premises, delving into her confidential files with alarming precision. The revelation crystallized the haunting truth. Lily hadn't fled. She had seamlessly assumed Rebecca's identity, usurping her life while the true Rebecca sought refuge in seclusion. A nationwide manhunt ensued for Lily Winters, the enigmatic architect of duplicity, perpetuating the enigma of her elusive existence. Rebecca, safeguarded in an undisclosed location under continuous surveillance, embarked on a journey to forge a new identity, leaving behind the specter of her former life entwined with Lily's insidious presence. Detective Shaw, bearing witness to the enigmatic convergence of two eerily similar personas, preserved a poignant reminder of the perilous allure of stolen identities. The haunting visages of Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters, eternally entwined in a macabre dance of deception, served as a sobering testament to the sanctity of individuality, a reminder that one's essence is a precious commodity, coveted by those who seek to erase it in their relentless pursuit of assimilation. Story 20. In the quiet town there was a house at the edge of the woods that nobody talked about. It stood solitary, its windows darkened, its porch worn down by time. No one laid claim to it. No one could recall its builder. But when a group of hikers ventured too close, they stumbled upon something peculiar, names carved into the wooden siding, etched deeply like ominous messages. At the very bottom of the list, fresh and untouched, was a name unfamiliar to any of them. Until one of them murmured, voice quivering, "That's mine." When the call came in the dead of night, the dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hiking group who had found his name etched into the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated nothing more than mere teenage mischief, perhaps a prank played among friends, but what they uncovered was beyond comprehension. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as the darkness blanketed the forest. Her flashlight beam pierced through the shadows, revealing the weathered front of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, nearly blending into the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. And at the foot, Mason Wright, the carving still holding traces of newly sawn wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his breath forming clouds in the chilly air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." The investigation kicked off with background checks on each name listed. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained open, but all shared a chilling similarity: the persons had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously photographed each carving, documenting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years back. The case files recounted a young woman who had ventured into those woods and never returned, with search parties finding naught but a lone hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller extensively interviewed Mason. His narrative stayed unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond that particular hiking trip with 4 college pals. They had picked the trail randomly, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken throughout their hike. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts noticed something unsettling: a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 separate photos. The silhouette resembled a tall, slender man, always partly obscured by trees. "We never spotted anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house's interior. Despite appearing deserted, dust coating every surface, furniture in disarray, a disturbing sight awaited in the basement. Personal belongings of the missing hikers were neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. The evidence team worked systematically, recording every piece. Beneath ultraviolet light, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, years of attempts at cleaning. Although ground-penetrating radar revealed no buried bodies beneath the house, cadaver dogs repeatedly alerted near the back of the property where the forest thickened. As the scrutiny heightened, Detective Keller observed peculiar behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting eerie incidents, whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from the street. The department assigned an officer to guard him, yet Mason's paranoia escalated. The breakthrough arrived when researchers dug up land records hidden in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors seldom glimpsed him, recounting brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the surrounding forest. The search party uncovered a network of primitive hunting blinds strategically placed along popular hiking routes. Within one blind, they stumbled upon a journal filled with meticulous observations, details of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's scarce documents. The journal entries grew increasingly chilling over time. Early pages detailed hunting methods for animals, while later ones depicted humans as prey, their behaviors, weaknesses, and strategies for their collection. The final entries contained elaborate accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including intricate descriptions of how he chose his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical units combed through every cave and ravine, but the suspect remained elusive. Meanwhile, Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers sent to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms deserted. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason persisted for weeks with no success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians unearthed a horrifying secret. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement, they uncovered a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name not yet affixed to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Cameras monitored every approach. Motion sensors surveilled for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, unbelievably tall and slender, moving with uncanny grace. The figure advanced toward the house directly, seemingly unfazed by the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system restored, the figure had vanished. To this day, the house remains under constant watch. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation endures, with fresh resources allocated as similar disappearances surface in other wooded areas. The names on the wall have become a legend among law enforcement. Some officers shun mentioning them aloud, others steer clear of the case entirely. and local hikers now steer clear of the house, fearful that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that dreadful list, the names unspoken by anyone. Story 21. The apartment had sat in silence for many moons, devoid of life and light. When the new occupants crossed its threshold, they expected nothing more than the embrace of dust particles and perhaps the remnants of forgotten furniture. Yet one door stood stubbornly closed, its secrets locked away from prying eyes. It was a closet, its contents a mystery hidden behind an impenetrable barrier. The landlord, with a heavy heart, forced the door ajar, anticipating only old coats or discarded trinkets. But what they discovered sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore witness to a silent agony, etched with deep, uneven scratches that spoke of a struggle against unseen forces. And nestled in the corner, like a relic of bygone days, lay an ancient flip phone, its once vibrant battery now a mere whisper of power save for the solitary unread message that lingered on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator of the macabre, felt a chill dance down her spine as she surveyed the haunting scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea echoed in those desperate scratch marks, a tale of confinement and desperation. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting marks for posterity. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the abandoned phone pierced through the silence with a simple yet ominous declaration. "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous disposition and perpetually damp palms, stammered out a tale of the previous tenant's sudden departure, leaving behind unpaid rent. "A young woman kept to herself, left without a word about 6 months past," he muttered, his gaze skirting the dreaded closet. "She never caused no trouble." Forensics unearthed a chilling revelation. Within the scratch marks traces of multiple blood samples, most belonging to a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old who had vanished without a trace. Yet amidst the familiar DNA, 2 others lurked in the shadows. One remained a mystery, unclaimed by any database. The other belonged to a man long believed to be deceased for over 2 years. "This defies all reason," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing report. Derek Mercer, a convicted criminal presumed dead, now left his mark on the walls of Emma's prison. Emma's dwelling whispered tales of an interrupted existence, unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records painted a portrait of fading connections, with calls to her sister abruptly ceasing and a flurry of unknown numbers preceding her disappearance. Her sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just descriptions of intensity and privacy. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place, a sinister pattern emerged. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure, disguised in a baseball cap, following Emma into her abode one fateful night. The revelation came with the discovery of partial fingerprints on the closet's doorknob belonging to none other than the supposedly deceased Derek Mercer. He staged his own demise, Shaw concluded. But for what purpose, and what ties him to Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led them down a dark path to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace years prior. Her description matched that of a visitor spotted at Emma's residence by vigilant neighbors. Shaw pieced together the fragments of the puzzle, tracing a web of deceit and darkness. A car linked to Mercer's family frequented Emma's neighborhood, its driver bearing a striking resemblance to the elusive Derek. The trail led them to a secluded estate owned by Mercer's kin, where behind forbidding cellar doors, they uncovered Lynette Porter alive, yet a mere shadow of herself, imprisoned in conditions mirroring Emma's torment. "He forced me to witness," Lynette whispered, her eyes reflecting a void of despair. said I had to learn the fate of those who dared to flee. The evidence-mounted journals brimming with Mercer's obsession for dominance, photographs of unsuspecting women, and damning video recordings of Emma's captivity. She thought to expose me, Mercer's voice echoed in the recordings. No one unravels my secrets. The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned realms, a shadow cast across jurisdictions. While the authorities pursued justice, the profilers delved into the depths of Mercer's twisted psyche. His desires transcended mere murder. He reveled in the agony of confinement, in the slow erosion of hope within confined spaces. As they finally apprehended him at a bus terminal, Mercer clutched a new identity and a ticket to an unknown shore. In his possession, a roll of duct tape, a blade of hunting, and a snippet of news detailing Emma's vanishing act. During interrogation, Mercer exuded an eerie calm, a tranquility that belied the darkness within. She penned that message herself, he claimed to the phone. She craved discovery, but she deserved no salvation. The trial laid bare the intricate tapestry of deceit Mercer had woven to obscure his crimes, including the elaborate ruse of his demise, borrowing the dental records of a vagrant to craft his vanishing act. For years he prowled unseen, preying on unsuspecting women who bore a resemblance to his first victim. Emma's remains eluded discovery, but the forensics whispered of a tragic end within the confines of that unforgiving closet, her final plea etched in digital ink on the abandoned phone. The jury swiftly rendered their verdict guilty on all counts. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence devoid of reprieve, a faint smile ghosted his lips, a silent acknowledgement of a twisted justice only he comprehended. Amidst the courtroom's hushed murmur, Lynette Porter stepped forward, her voice unwavering. He ensnared us in darkness because that's where his soul resides, imprisoned in shadows. But as he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light. The case reshaped investigative protocols, emphasizing the importance of scrutinizing relationships and delving into the hidden corners of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode, a tangible reminder that true horror often lurks not in crimson stains, but in the desperate marks of a soul battling to endure. Story 22. The aged apartment possessed its idiosyncrasies, pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked, but the new resident sensed that what she heard wasn't mere normalcy. The footsteps, too steadfast, too purposeful, emanated from above, deliberate and slow, yet she resided on the topmost floor. One evening she summoned the courage to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A pregnant pause ensued. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose not to disclose the incident of knocking to anyone. She convinced herself it was the building settling, or perhaps a small creature that had infiltrated the attic space. Even as the footsteps persisted night after night, she adjusted, increasing the volume of her television, donning headphones to sleep, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls traversing her ceiling in the shadows. Detective Morris was introduced to the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. By chance, the worker had removed a portion of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to rectify a water leak. Behind it, he unearthed a narrow passage that defied the building plans. As he shone his flashlight within, the beam illuminated a makeshift living area, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent promptly contacted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker pallid and trembling. "Someone has been dwelling in the walls," he muttered incessantly. "Someone has been observing." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her dinner choices, her television preferences, her shower timings, her sleep patterns. The script commenced neatly but spiraled into chaos towards the final pages, with peculiar symbols adorning the margins. The subject no longer responds to my cues. The concluding entry read, "She has elected to disregard me. No one disregards me." Forensic teams combed the crawl space and uncovered fingerprints that matched no records in any database. A labyrinthine network of passages integrated into the walls and ceilings of the building was revealed, some dating back decades per structural analysis. The passages linked to 5 different apartments but culminated in observation points minute apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigative team interviewed current residents, none of whom reported anything out of the ordinary beyond the customary apartment noises. Previous residents narrated a contrasting tale. 3 former occupants of Sarah's apartment recounted feeling watched or hearing inexplicable sounds. One had vacated after a mere fortnight. None had articulated their encounters, apprehensive of sounding paranoid. A breakthrough emerged when forensics unearthed minute blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis traced it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years earlier. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had grown cold. He had resided in the apartment directly beneath Sarah's. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had bemoaned noises emanating from above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant residing above him at the time, a reticent individual named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin disappeared. Edward vacated the following month, leaving no forwarding details. Investigators scrutinized Edward's rental history and unearthed a pattern. He had inhabited 6 distinct apartment buildings over 2 decades. In each instance, he had requested top-floor units, forged minimal social connections, and eventually departed unannounced. A neighbor from his 3rd abode recalled him as intense and recollected his frequent complaints about requiring silence. Property records divulged that Edward had procured remote rural land. Upon arrival, investigators stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photos and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, among them Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Schematics of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Detailed diaries chronicling observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. At the cabin's heart stood a corkboard bedecked with newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 of them, all former residents from buildings where Edward had resided. Deep grooves scarred the wooden floor beneath the board, suggestive of something heavy dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs guided investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of soil. Excavation uncovered human remains, and then another grave, and another. As forensic anthropologists embarked on the somber task of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment complex. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed off, residents occasionally reported distant noises. During the installation of new security systems, maintenance workers unearthed an item nestled in a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, newer than the initial discovery. The first page bore but a single line. "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The handwriting mirrored that of the prior notebook. The final page featured a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a crimson-marked new passage, and a date for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence vacant. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter. Her television continued to play. Her shower streamed. In the bathroom, the mirror fogged and then cleared, unveiling a message inscribed by a finger on the glass. "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been dismantled. The manhunt for Edward persists. Investigators have identified him as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker specializing in renovation. His expertise in building structures facilitated the creation of his concealed network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building unveiled no indications of present habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing. Her case has been linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have alerted apartment building managers regarding unauthorized alterations in covert spaces. What haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the diaries or even the photographs of unsuspecting residents. It's the image of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment devoid of an upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that ceased when she knocked and then responded. Sometimes during solitary nights in his abode, Detective Morris catches himself gazing up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and pondering who else might be listening too. Story 23, The Enchanted Doll. In the depths of the attic, tucked away beneath a worn, tattered blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, its vivid blue eyes staring out into the forgotten shadows. Sarah and Michael, the young couple who had recently acquired the old Victorian house, shared a nervous chuckle at the sight of the eerie doll. They dismissed it as just another relic of the past, a mere forgotten trinket. Yet that night, as they lay in bed, a peculiar sensation settled over them. The air grew dense, laden with an unspoken tension. Silence enveloped the room, stretching into the darkness. And when morning dawned, the doll had vanished from the attic, reappearing ominously at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael had been drawn to the house's intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, unaware of the sinister history that lurked within its walls. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned to the scene, where a chilling tableau awaited her. In the master bedroom, the female victim lay contorted in a macabre pose, her eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim seemed frozen mid-flight, caught in a desperate attempt to escape an unseen horror. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, she couldn't shake the feeling that the victims appeared unnaturally arranged, like puppets in a twisted display. The absence of forced entry or struggle only deepened the mystery shrouding the tragedy. The investigation unfolded like a haunting melody, each witness account adding a disquieting note to the symphony of dread. Shadows glimpsed in empty windows, phantom laughter echoing through deserted halls. The house seemed to hold its secrets close, whispering of past sorrows long forgotten. Forensic analysis unveiled a chilling revelation. Microscopic fibers scattered throughout the house, remnants of antique doll clothing. The eerie absence of any trace left by a physical intruder hinted at a malevolent presence that defied conventional explanation. Delving into the house's history, Detective Winters unearthed a pattern of tragedy spanning decades. Previous owners had met untimely ends under inexplicable circumstances, their lives cut short by forces beyond comprehension. A newspaper clipping hinted at a dark chapter involving a gifted doll maker and his ill-fated daughter, their tragic tale woven into the very fabric of the house. As the investigation spiraled deeper, a sinister connection emerged. Each victim had sought to alter the attic space, unknowingly disturbing a slumbering evil that lay dormant within the house's ancient bones. The discovery of hidden photographs hinted at a malevolent force at play, a force that transcended time and reason. A chance encounter with a distant relative of the doll maker unveiled a chilling truth. The dolls crafted by the enigmatic artisan were more than mere playthings. Infused with forbidden knowledge and arcane rituals, These creations held a dark power that defied the laws of nature. The case took an unnerving turn as the doll mysteriously vanished from police custody, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment and uncertainty. Detective Winters, haunted by the inexplicable events, chose to retire, her mind burdened by the weight of unsolved mysteries and unanswered questions. The house passed into new hands, its shadowed past a whispered legend among the curious and the wary. The attic, once a realm of hidden secrets, remained untouched by the new owners, a silent guardian of forgotten whispers and lost souls. And so, the tale of the enchanted doll faded into obscurity, a ghostly memory that lingered in the quietude of the night. For those attuned to the house's mournful echoes, the laughter of a child and the fleeting shadow in the attic window served as a poignant reminder of the restless spirits that dwelled within its walls. Story 24. The old costume emporium was on the brink of closure, its shelves barren of their usual splendor. Amidst the remnants of forgotten attire, a woman discovered a mask that seemed to beckon her from a dusty corner. Its delicate features held a disconcerting lifelike quality that sent a shiver down her spine. Placing it on the checkout counter, the cashier hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper, "That's not from our collection." Perplexed, the woman inspected the mask, only to find it devoid of any identifying tag. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home with her. Little did she know, this impulsive act would set in motion a chain of eerie events that would leave even the bravest souls trembling in the night. As the clock struck the witching hour, a soft, rustling sound roused her from slumber. The woman's heart quickened as she realized the mask was no longer resting on her dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her with an unsettling intensity. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was discovered the next morning by a concerned neighbor. The front door of her residence stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of morning light to pierce the darkness within. What the neighbor stumbled upon would go down in history as a chilling mystery that defied all rational explanation. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic clicking of the shutters provided a haunting soundtrack to the grim discovery. "No signs of forced entry," murmured an officer, his pen scratching against the notepad. The detective's keen eyes scanned the room, taking in every nuance with a sense of foreboding. A slightly ajar drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, seemingly ordinary details that belied the horror of the lifeless figure lying on the bedroom floor. Catherine's expression frozen in terror, a silent scream etched upon her features. The medical examiner's somber assessment revealed no obvious cause of death upon initial inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, just the palpable fear that seemed to linger in the air. "Something frightened her beyond words," the detective whispered, a chill creeping down her spine. Catherine, a respected art appraiser known for her meticulous eye, had seemingly met her untimely end in the grip of an unseen terror. Colleagues spoke of her uncanny ability to discern authenticity, a talent that may have unwittingly drawn her into a macabre fate. The investigation took a bizarre turn when security footage from the costume shop unveiled a perplexing encounter. The cashier's bafflement at the sight of the mask raised more questions than answers. It was as if the mask itself defied all logic and reason, a harbinger of doom from a realm beyond comprehension. A visit to the now desolate shop unearthed a chilling revelation from the owner, a tale of mysterious origins and cursed artifacts that hinted at a sinister past. The mask, an enigmatic relic from a collector's estate sale, bore the weight of a dark history that transcended time itself. Forensics' discovery of microscopic fibers entwined in Catherine's grasp unveiled a haunting truth. These fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic material, hinted at a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, unseen yet undeniably real. As the investigation delved deeper, a pattern emerged, a string of inexplicable deaths linked by the acquisition of similar masks, each victim's face etched with the same terror that now haunted Catherine in death. A retired detective, haunted by a past case shrouded in mystery, shed light on a chilling revelation. Hidden within the masks were ancient symbols, remnants of a dark ritual that spoke of soul transference and an insatiable hunger for life itself. The breakthrough came in the form of a journal concealed within Catherine's residence, its pages chronicling her descent into a realm of dread and despair. Her final entry, a testament to her growing terror, unveiled a sinister truth. The mask was not merely an object, but a vessel for a malevolent entity that preyed on the living. The detective pieced together the puzzle, connecting the dots between the strange fibers, the cursed masks, and Catherine's relentless pursuit of the truth. The medical examiner's grim diagnosis of death by sheer terror only deepened the enigma surrounding the mask's insidious power. Surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor's camera unveiled a chilling sight: a figure cloaked in darkness, wearing a mask that mirrored Catherine's visage with uncanny precision. A phantom presence moving with an eerie familiarity, a puppeteer pulling the strings of fate with ruthless intent. The hunt for the missing mask led investigators on a trail of whispers and shadows, each clue leading deeper into a labyrinth of ancient evil. 6 months later, a peculiar mask surfaced in a far-off vintage shop, its allure drawing an unwitting buyer into a web of darkness. The case, shrouded in unsolved mysteries and unspoken fears, remains a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the known and the unknowable. The detective, keeper of Catherine's journal, harbors a secret knowledge that transcends mere mortal understanding. In the dead of night, as the world slumbers in blissful ignorance, she awakens to a sense of unease, a whisper of movement in the stillness. Securing her sanctuary against unseen terrors, she grapples with the knowledge that the mask, a harbinger of doom, awaits its next unwitting victim in the shadows. For those who dare to peer behind the mask, a truth far darker than death itself awaits, a truth that binds the living to the realm of the damned, a truth that echoes across the ages in a silent scream of eternal torment. Story 25. A package arrived in the mail, nestled within a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Inside rested a solitary brass key, its surface weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, upon laying eyes on it, felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, a whisper of familiarity dancing at the edge of her consciousness. Despite her efforts to fit the key into every lock within her possession, none yielded to its touch. It belonged to no door in her abode. Yet when she placed it gently upon the coffee table, a relic of an old grandfather clock stationed in the hallway emitted a solitary, haunting chime, its mechanisms long silenced by the hand of time. Sarah Miller, the bewildered homeowner, wasted no time in reporting this enigmatic occurrence to the local authorities. What initially seemed like a mere peculiarity swiftly unraveled into the fabric of one of the most disquieting criminal investigations to ever cast its shadow over the tranquil suburban neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer attempted to assuage Sarah's concerns. attributing the key's arrival to a possible error in delivery. However, Sarah's intuition refused to be placated, an unshakable sense of unease clinging to her every thought. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as potential evidence, depositing it within a small evidence bag, a seemingly innocuous item that would soon become the linchpin of an extensive inquiry. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator hailing from the Special Victims Unit, found himself poring over the case file during the morning briefing. The brass key lay upon his desk, an unassuming object that exuded an unsettling aura, as though whispering secrets of the past. Background checks on Sarah unveiled no blemish on her record. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with adult children scattered across the country, her life appeared to be a portrait of normalcy. Financial scrutinies, phone logs, social media all failed to yield any hint of malfeasance. She seemed, by all accounts, an innocent bystander thrust into the spotlight by a malevolent force. Forensic examinations of the key mirrored Sarah's innocence, bearing only her fingerprints. The envelope divulged no secrets, save for a nondescript postmark originating from the regional distribution hub. DNA analyses returned empty-handed. The key itself, a standard Schlage model, showed signs of wear indicative of years past. It was a common item, easily procured from any hardware store, yet its presence bore an ominous weight. A breakthrough materialized unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. 7 years prior, a cold case had documented an identical key pattern, a key that had unlocked a storage unit harboring grim secrets. Within this unit lay blood-stained carpet, tools of cutting, and photographs depicting unidentified women in various states of vulnerability. The original investigation had faltered, lacking the evidence required to unmask the perpetrator. Delving into the dusty annals of the past, Harmon unearthed the files of the retired detective who had once pursued the case. The storage unit's rental had been conducted under a false identity, paid for in cash. Surveillance tapes had long since been erased, leaving no trace. The evidence collected had birthed partial DNA profiles, yet no matches within criminal databases. 5 women featured in the photographs, only 3 recognized, all victims of reported disappearances that had never been resolved. Sarah, when confronted with the haunting images, failed to recognize any of the faces that stared back at her from the glossy prints. As the investigation gathered momentum, she found herself consumed by a rising tide of trepidation, fortifying her home with new locks and a vigilant security system. The question remained like a specter in the night: why had this key found its way to her? Harmon, undeterred by the shadows cast by the past, ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence, leveraging modern techniques in a bid for clarity. The partial DNA sample underwent expansion, entering the realm of genealogical databases. Here, a faint familial connection emerged, a distant relative of the elusive suspect. Weaving through the intricate tapestry of family trees, investigators honed in on Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's who had departed the vicinity 6 years prior, leaving no trace of his current whereabouts. Further probing unveiled Jenkins as a former substitute teacher at the school where Sarah had once imparted knowledge, though their paths had seldom intersected in official records. His employment history bore the scars of inconsistency, punctuated by prolonged absences and frequent shifts in residence. An inspection of his former abode yielded no overt signs of malice, his neighbors painting a portrait of a man who lingered on the fringes of society, an enigma cloaked in normalcy. The central enigma lingered, shrouded in the mists of uncertainty. Why bestow this key upon Sarah? Harmon postulated various theories: a trophy, a cautionary gesture, or perhaps a grim invitation to partake in the macabre dance of fate. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified, his digital footprint vanishing into the ether. His driver's license lay dormant, credit cards untouched, tax returns a blank canvas. It was as though he had meticulously erased himself from the annals of existence, a phantom haunting the peripheries of reality. The true horror of the case unfurled like a sinister tapestry when authorities unearthed a secluded cabin registered under Jenkins' deceased mother's name. Beneath creaking floorboards, a hidden chamber awaited discovery, accessible only through a clandestine trapdoor. Upon its shelves rested a chilling collection of brass keys, each bearing a name and date upon a small, unassuming tag. 5 keys mirrored the faces of the women from the photographs, their fates now laid bare. The remaining keys, 27 in total, whispered of untold horrors, each a silent testament to lives extinguished in the shadows. Behind the cabin's facade, forensic teams unearthed the harrowing truth, unearthing human remains that spoke of unspeakable atrocities. The excavation unfolded like a macabre ballet, revealing a graveyard of lost souls, each a casualty of Jenkins' depravity. Sarah found herself enveloped in a shroud of protection as the manhunt for the elusive predator expanded its reach across the nation. Behavioral analysts delved into the dark recesses of Jenkins' psyche, painting a portrait of a man who had selected Sarah as a canvas upon which to etch his crimes. The moniker, the Keymaster, echoed through national headlines, a grim reminder of the malevolence that lurked beneath the veneer of civility. Fear gripped the community, tendrils of dread snaking through the hearts of its denizens as they grappled with the revelation of a monster lurking in their midst. Detection dogs traced a scent through the labyrinthine wilderness, search teams scouring dense forests in pursuit of a shadow. Thermal drones soared overhead, mapping the terrain concealed from mortal eyes. The manhunt swelled into a crescendo of tension, a symphony of pursuit echoing through the hinterlands. A chance encounter, immortalized through the lens of a wildlife photographer, captured Jenkins' fleeting visage as he vanished into the heart of the untamed wilds. Authorities mobilized, establishing a perimeter around the area, tactical teams poised for the inevitable clash. Negotiations faltered, met with silence from the enigmatic figure perched atop an abandoned watchtower. When the final standoff ensued, Jenkins chose to embrace oblivion, a self-inflicted wound sealing his fate. Beside his lifeless form lay a journal, a chronicle of his descent into madness, alongside a solitary brass key, a mirror image of the one that had found its way to Sarah's doorstep. Within a waterproof vault lay a trove of damning evidence, a testament to Jenkins' reign of terror, a harrowing saga spanning a decade of darkness. The journal's final missive bore Sarah's name, a chilling testament to the predator's fixation. "You never saw me, but I saw everything about you. The key unlocks nothing tangible, for what I desired to give you transcends the realm of steel and brass. It beckons forth recognition. Now my name shall echo through eternity." The subsequent unraveling of the case revealed a litany of horrors, 32 lives snuffed out by the hand of a phantom. Families long haunted by the specter of vanished kin found closure in the confirmation of their worst fears. Sarah, forever scarred by the proximity of evil, chose to abandon her domicile, the sanctuary tainted by the darkness that had brushed against her life. The grandfather clock, once a sentinel of time, harbored a dark secret, a wireless receiver concealed within its ancient frame, a silent witness to Jenkins' voyeuristic gaze. The case stood as a grim reminder of the malevolence that could lurk behind the mask of normalcy, a cautionary tale etched in the annals of human depravity. Psychological scholars delved into Jenkins' writings, seeking to unravel the tangled web of his psyche, to glean insights that might unveil similar malefactors before they could inflict harm. And in the hushed confines of an evidence vault, a collection of brass keys sat in silent testimony, each a harbinger of tragedy, unlocking a devastating truth about the shadows that linger beneath the veneer of everyday life. Story 26. She entered through the front door, the dust dancing in the still air of the abandoned house. Years of neglect had left the walls peeling, the furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Every step she took felt like a journey frozen in time, a moment suspended in eerie silence except for one peculiar detail. The doors, each one she opened, led her back to the same room, no matter which path she chose. The parlor seemed to hold her in its grasp, a maze with no escape. The only way out was the way she came, but when she turned around, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body turned the forgotten Victorian house from a mere local curiosity into a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved through the dim interior like specters in the night. The house had garnered a reputation among the townsfolk, a place where compasses spun wildly, where whispers of being watched lingered in the air. Now it harbored secrets darker than any whispered legend. The initial examination suggests she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation appears to be the cause of death. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands folded neatly in her lap as if awaiting a guest. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The scene exuded a haunting stillness that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned investigators. "Who found the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes as she sought answers in the shadows. A real estate agent showing the property stumbled upon her, her partner replied. At first, they thought she was a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had stood empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property abandoned, unwanted, and forgotten, except by those seeking thrills in its decaying halls. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had been captivated by the enigmatic Victorian. Known for disorienting its visitors, the house must have beckoned to her curious mind. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house leading up to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustics, inexplicable cold spots, and doors that defied logic by revealing different rooms each time they swung open. In her final words, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial inconsistencies, equipment that was now nowhere to be found. During the autopsy, a surprising revelation emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in esoteric rituals. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the quantity found was insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend asserted adamantly. Morgan was meticulous in her research methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception willingly. As digital traces were uncovered from Morgan's phone, deleted messages hinted at conversations with a kindred spirit fascinated by the mysteries of the house, someone who claimed to hold its secrets close. The exchanges grew intimate and enigmatic, weaving a web of intrigue. The house retains memories of its past, read one cryptic message. It yearns for someone to understand. The investigation led Lind and her team to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had shared correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her in, their professional connection evolving into something deeper. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely shaken by Morgan's untimely passing. "The house has a reputation," he confided. "The original architect wove illusions and false perspectives into its design, meant to confuse and bewilder. Morgan believed there was more to it, a truth beyond mere trickery." Yet Reeves had a solid alibi for the time of Morgan's death, as evidenced by security footage placing him miles away, lecturing at a university symposium. The breakthrough arrived from an unexpected source, a descendant of a leaner Blackwood, now residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he unveiled a dark family secret buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet their end in that house," he divulged. "Others perished within those walls, always found in the parlor, always at peace. The family called it the claiming." With journals dating back decades in hand, Lind and her team unearthed a pattern of deaths once attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. The individuals who spent time within the house inevitably succumbed to what the family cryptically termed the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor fireplace, holding Morgan's missing equipment, and a startling discovery. Within the hidden chamber lay a collection of artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a geometric formation. At the center rested a weathered figurine, its features worn smooth by generations of touch. Analysis confirmed the figure represented a deity linked to liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid matching Morgan's system were found on the artifacts. The case took a sinister turn when dust patterns within the house revealed a presence beyond Morgan. Partial fingerprints, foreign to Morgan or any known visitor, were discovered on doorknobs throughout the dwelling. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found lifeless in his residence, mirroring Morgan's posture with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that unlocked no door in his apartment, but seamlessly fit the hidden compartment within the Victorian. In a final email addressed to himself, as if sealing a testament, Reeves penned, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they always have, but a force tricks you into circles. Once you grasp the truth, escape is possible, yet by then the desire fades." The case remains unresolved, marked as suspicious deaths under ongoing scrutiny. The Victorian now stands condemned, its secrets veiled from prying eyes by authorities. Whispers persist of lights flickering within on certain nights and of visitors who vanish within its walls. Some locals argue the house claims those who delve too deep into its enigmas. Others believe Morgan and Reeves unearthed a potent and ancient force lingering in the crevices of reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where every door circles back to the beginning, an enigma shrouded in mystery and shadows, a tale woven in the delicate threads of the night's embrace. Story 27, Hidden Whispers. She desired to refresh the nursery before her baby's arrival, a sanctuary where dreams would be woven amidst faded blue walls bearing untold tales. With each stroke of white paint, a secret emerged from beneath a message, faint at first, then bold and clear. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched as she recoiled, noticing tiny handprints etched into the fresh paint, too high for any child's reach. This eerie revelation in the Morgan residence nursery marked the genesis of what would be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian home at a remarkably low price, unaware of its shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the door, her notebook at the ready. The expectant woman who answered, her belly swelling beneath paint-stained overalls, recounted the unsettling discovery. The previous owners had vanished overnight, leaving only rumors of hurried departure with bare essentials in tow. As Detective Klein explored the historic dwelling, her steps echoed on weathered floorboards. In the nursery, the cryptic message lingered, a chilling reminder of the past. Adjacent, 5 small handprints imprinted in wet paint, positioned at an adult's height. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's records, unveiling a history marred by rapid turnovers and haunting child welfare reports. Research led Detective Klein to Alina Blackwood, a widow who once ran an orphanage on the premises, where 5 children had mysteriously disappeared. Interviews with former residents unveiled a pattern of inexplicable events, escalating with each new family. The recurring message scrawled beneath fresh paint spoke of unseen dangers lurking within the walls. A breakthrough came when ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the basement floor, 5 child-sized shapes. Excavation exposed a grim truth: 5 small sets of remains, bearing pendants engraved with the names of the missing orphans. The nursery, illuminated by luminol, bore witness to countless invisible handprints, a silent testament to the trapped souls seeking escape. Alina's journals unveiled a macabre intent to siphon the children's essence for her own longevity. The case concluded with a proper burial for the victims, their tragic fate acknowledged at last. Yet an unsettling presence lingered within the house, reaching out across time and paint, whispering tales of lost innocence. The nursery walls fell to the wrecking ball, yet whispers persisted among the debris, deterring workers from returning. The house, condemned and forsaken, held onto its secrets, a cold case sealed in archives. Detective Klein preserved a haunting image, a ghostly display of 5 luminol handprints, a poignant reminder that some echoes of the past endure, impervious to fresh coats of paint.